Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you ready? Let's get it done, y'all. Welcome in. It's good to see everybody. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. Welcome in. Ooh. All right. Okay. We got a little bop going on right now. I accept that it's good morning. Hump day is right. Hump day. You are correct. I need your help, chat. Am I echoing right now? Right now? Not anymore right now. Was that echoing, chat? Could you hear it? Because I have been messing with this daggum echo and it's not working, so we'll see. Yeah, you heard the echoes? Good. Okay, good. Because I want to be able to announce it's Hump Day. And today, we're going to have a good time, y'all. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be fun. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We got Abyss Creeper with the follow, and we've got Apo Krev coming in
tier 1 out of your mind. Incredible.
Well done, my friend. Well done. We will get you going, having a good time there. We've got Sickly Waxer and Naga's Horn. Sure. Metal Nick and McKay with the offline follows. We do enjoy the offline follows, you know. We really do. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. Today is going to be a good day. We got a couple announcements for y'all, and then we're going to dive into some good old-fashioned fun. We got a big show today. A lot of stuff to talk about. You saw the director's letter. Feel free to like and or retweet the stream tweets. We don't do going live tweets here. No. We're live in the tweet. Zeet tweet. I don't know. I still type twitter.com when I go to the website. We'll see. So 07, so make sure you like that. Thank you very much. It really does help a ton. Thank you for being here. Good morning, everybody. Luber, it's good to see you. James, how are we doing? I do have a good day so far. Got my coffee. You might see a little bit of acne on your boy. I, as you know, had pneumonia last month. My wife and I both had RSV and then pneumonia. It was not fun. And the antibiotics cured us, but then after the antibiotics, I got this, like, you know, I haven't broken out like this since I was in high school. So I got other topicals, and Boo's right, Nico, exactly. So I got other topicals and I'm dealing with it, but praise God it doesn't itch. That's the only thing. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, it should be itching. I'm like, thank God it's not. So God help me there. So, you know, yeah, exactly. I got, in order to treat this, Doc recommends a sulfur soap. Okay, so afterwards I drench myself in cologne so I don't, you know, I was like, honey, do I smell? And she was like, no, you don't smell, thank God. Yuck is right, but the soap, not good. So I'm in the other shower to save my wife from that kind of crap. So literal eggy soap, yes. We actually have, like, I'm gonna have to put a candle in my freaking bathroom. So it's just life, you know, it's how stuff goes. I sound better. I am better. I now no longer have nasal stuff. Although now that I'm looking at it, I might need another tissue box here soon, so we'll see. It's crazy, right, Apo? Yeah, for sure. Can't really see it on cam. All good. Thanks, James. And look, you're right. You know, it's not too bad. Last week, it was like flared, and I was broken out, the whole thing, and then we go from there. So, you know. Did Doc recommend undocking at least twice a day? You have to undock to let the fresh air in. You know, you have to. That's incredible. Welcome, everybody. Plural. I'm glad you're not sick, too, Plural. Thank you for being here. Okay. Julian, welcome in. It's good to see you. Yes, we have to undock. That is correct. So I would, a bacon cologne chant. How do I get some bacon cologne? Ladies and gentlemen, today we're taking out the stabber once again. I have some fit modifications after our last time doing some ESS stuff, and it's going to be a good time today. Okay, we're going to have a good time. But first, we have quite the show to put on today, and I'd like to talk about a couple things and then do a couple announcements, and then we're going to dive in to a bunch of stuff going on. The first thing we got to talk about, y'all, the YouTube. We're close to 22,000 subs. So if you're not subbed on YouTube, go over there. We're going to put out another video in 40 minutes, another 48 minutes is another YouTube video. It's one of our last PI videos. PI, we've almost talked about everything possible with PI. So if you're not subbed to the YouTube, you're literally missing out on making yourself space rich. I guarantee watching the Planetary Industry for Dummies playlist will make you space rich. Those of you that are at the stream here get to see the goodies. Is this, I haven't sold my stuff yet. Have I sold my stuff yet? Let's go. Let me I don't necessarily, I have some OPSEC stuff I don't want to show stream. So give me a moment. Let me see if I can I show you this? Is this something I can show? Yes, I can. Here, check this out, chat. So look at this. This was yesterday. Okay, we sold some Okami superconductors for 143. Sold a bunch of nano factories. That's 500 million. Sold gel matrix biopaste, 72 million. That's 23 million. That's another 100. That's 150 million total. This is another. This is in a day. Okay, I had a lot of ISK and a lot of Plex. I used it to buy a big thing that is for future stream. I spent 60 billion ISK in one transaction. You'll have to wait for that. But I wanted to prove to you, look, this stuff makes money. I finally had a comment in YouTube saying some dude was like,
I set up this PI thing and it's not profitable. I can't make any money.
The rest of the comments are like, Loru, I can absolutely make billions of ISK with this in like a couple weeks. This is incredible. So definitely get this. Yeah. I did not buy a super. I did not buy an AT ship either. I want an AT ship. I did not buy an AT ship. AT ships are not going for 60 billion. They're going for way more. I did not buy a super. Supers I can't deal with right now because I don't have access to the stations they would need to be in. So look at this. 200 bill. This is a want to buy. I was going to say, ain't no way someone's 200 million. I'm buying it right now. You know, no, this is a, yeah, okay. This is a want to buy. Yes. If I've seen Sidewinders go for 200 billion, not 200 million. Okay. So it's crazy. And what's the new one too? The Cobra? The Python is the battleship. That one's going for trillions of ISK. See, look. So the Cobra is being sold. There's actually a Cobra in contracts right now. 250 billion ISK. This is a ship that is only available through the Alliance tournament. It is a better version of the Enforcer. It is better. These are strictly better stats than the other ships. And they got like a fun logo on it. You know, they're different skins, better stats. It's strictly better than the Enforcer. 250 billion. Okay, that's pretty crazy. A Python. Okay, the Python is the battleship. We know a guy who got one. Drake. We interviewed him. There's a Python in contracts right now. I gotta tell you, this is honestly, this is a good price for this. 1.2 trillion ISK is I'm serious. This is a good price for this. I've seen it go for higher. Okay, in like the channels I'm in, the trades. You know, this is crazy. What's that in money? You know, that's a good question. Maybe we answer that. Okay, let's. This is a good start of this stream. Actually, I think let's answer that. How much money is a Python worth? Let's go to Markee Dragon's site if it works, chat, and let's get what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up a new Google Sheets. Let's do sheet.new. Immediately opens up a new Google Sheet. Did you know that, chat? Did you know that? I know the flashbang is real. That's that. We'll talk about the lunar pack in just a second, chat, because there is a new pack on Markee's store for the Lunar New Year. We're gonna talk if it's worth it or not. Okay. All right. So the reality is, if you're gonna buy that much, okay, if you're gonna buy that much, we need to be getting the 6,000 Plex or the big Plex. Let's assume you're not getting it on a sale. We're not advocating this, just to be very clear, okay? We're not advocating this. This is just a thought experiment, okay? So this is 20,000 Plex. So this is Plex, and this is dollars, okay? God, I wish this. I had to delete my dark mode app because it was just freaking the worst. Can I make this dark mode, chat? It actually hurts me. Can I Google Sheets dark mode? I had to delete my Chrome dark mode extension because it was killing me. It was breaking my stuff. It looks like I can use it on Android. Rip. Okay, I guess we're just getting flashbang today. So, you know, wrote it. It's good to see you. We're breaking down how much a Python would be worth. 1.2 trillion ISK. Okay, so now, if we have 20k Plex cost us this much, how much is one Plex in ISK? Okay, how much is one Plex in ISK right now? Let's see. This is the most expensive thing I've ever seen. I might honestly get Brave. I've heard a lot about it, James, but a lot of people recommending it to me, and I might just do it. We got 6250 Plex, and I know it goes up. I understand. But let's say we're just selling it at this and call it a day. So 6250. All right, and let's get these commas going, you know, numbers. Okay, and we'll move that over because I hate that. Okay, so this is good. So we've got 6 million ISK for 1 Plex. So then, how much is needed for 1.2 trillion ISK? Okay, so we've got, let's say it's ISK needed, and then, is that trillion? It might be. Let's see, I'm gonna have to make this bigger. This is really funny, chat. This is gonna be thousands of dollars. That's a billion, right? I realize that y'all probably can't see this. So let's go here. I think this is my taxes. Yeah, actually. I think this is a trillion. Yes? This is a trillion? I think so. 1, 2, because this is 1,000, million, billion, trillion. Yeah, so this is 1.2 trillion. Okay, ISK needed. So this is Plex in, so this is converted to Plex. Okay, so this is like this number divided by this number. So that's 192,000 Plex. I think I'm doing this right. That's 100, because this is 1.2 trillion ISK divided by the cost of Plex. Yes. So it's 192,000 Plex. Okay. So now, how many times do we have to buy this? So like times 20K Plex pack bought is this divided by 20K. You have to buy it 10 times. So let's call it 10 times just to round up. So it's 10 times. Okay, which means that you're going to have to spend, if you want to buy that Python that's on contracts right now, you're going to spend $6,000. That's crazy. Right. Call it 65. Why not? Right? Because taxes, you know. Yeah, wife would leave me. Exactly. That's what I was saying. So, right, if you're just joining us, there's a Python, which is an exclusive ship to the Alliance tournament. And it's the better version of the Marshall. And it's going for 1.2 trillion ISK in contracts right now today. And this, if you were to just, let's say you swipe the number one card, the credit card, you'd have to spend $6,239 if you bought the 20K Plex pack 10 times. Just to be clear, I'm not advocating this, okay? And I'm not advocating. This is literally not correct. Do it. I don't have that kind of money. It's too much, dude. Now, we know somebody who owns the ship, Drake, the Pochfin CSM, has very publicly gotten many, many kill marks with his Python. Dude is professional, chat, okay? It's really cool. So that's interesting. That's interesting. I bought 60 billion recently. I'm not going to tell you what that is. It is something that's coming up on one of our events another day. Okay. So again, I don't recommend spending $6,000 on a video game. Please don't do that, chat. Oh my gosh. You know, goodness gracious. So what's the Loru discount? Oh my God. Well, you'd get, okay. I have to do my darndest to not press this. Okay. Steady. Okay, I'm not pressing pay. If I use my code on 10 20K Plex packs, $200. Now, again, you might say that's not a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the same items you're already buying for less money. Let's get this out of my cart. That was very stressful. I gotta tell you, putting that much money in my cart, I'm like, no, it's okay, dude. It's all right. Use my code. You could save $200. You do it. I don't have the money, chat. We'll keep watching my YouTube videos, and then maybe one day we'll get there, you know. Just if you want to support me, watch the YouTube videos. We always say it. Just enjoy the content that's there. You know, you watch an ad, I get a couple coins. That's the way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Whew. Whew. All right, so we got a couple things to talk about this morning. That was a fun little detour, chat, to see like there's a Python on market. Yeah, so the first announcement is, check out the YouTube. We're close to 21,000. Share the videos with your buddies. If one of your buddies is not doing PI, share them the starter video, the first one, the easy start video in high sec. I was able to make 400 million ISK a month after fees, after everything. Okay, so close to 22K, excuse me. So do not gift, listen, chat, do not gift 2,000 subs. That is for Frostbite. Thank you for being here. I love it. If you want to support me, please go to the Patreon. We'll talk about that later. And just do the first tier, $5. That's all I'm asking. Why I'm being so like, don't do that? I hate content creators that like beg their community for like monetary support. I've set up my brand in such a way that I don't need your money. Does that make sense? I've set it up so that we have the affiliate code, we have the ad revenue, I have multiple income streams, so that way I don't have to beg y'all for that. Oh no, you didn't do anything wrong, Frost. You're just saying a joke. I want you to know, and the new viewers inevitably that are here, just watch my YouTube videos. Have a freaking good time. So, James. Looks like generosity begets generosity. James is now a
member of the Inner Sanctum on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I love to say it.
James, good to see you. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. So, Hedge, thanks for the follow, and 1P, thanks very much as well. Yes, thank you. 07 to you, James, for joining the Inner Sanctum on YouTube. Enjoy your ad-free VODs. All of our YouTube members get ad-free live streams, podcast style. Enjoy it. Get to the content. You know what I'm saying? 1/2040th of the way. Let's go, Espion. I love it, dude. I want a Python tracker. You know, I gotta get like a bar on the screen, and it's like
Yes, when I fill this bar, we will buy the Python.
You know, if I was more of a shill, I would do that, but I'm not. So send the PI playlist to your boy. Let's get it done. The second announcement I have for you is Markee's got a pack going on right now on the lunar year. And one of the things that I recommend you do with all these packs, when you see a new pack like this come out, come down to the Markee store, because he typically is going to include, and it looks like he didn't this time, he typically is going to include like money. He might just be calculating it. Did he send me something? He DMs me like stuff sometimes about how much stuff's worth. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there's 2 packs. Is there 2 packs? There's a 52. And it looks like there's also a $19 pack. Let me scroll if I can find it. I can't see it anymore, chat. Heart of Darkness. I want to talk about this because these packs are either... There's no in between. Oh, here it is. These are either a scam or they're like worth decent chunk of change. Okay, so let's look at these packs and let's see if these are actually worth money. So he didn't send me the value. Let me see. Skins are very nice. They have an animation in them, really. Ooh, the skins are pretty sick, actually. Let's look at this. Let's go see the Vigilant. Show me this skin in game, ladies and gentlemen. The Vigilant. I want to see what we're working with here, because some of you are skin collectors. I understand. Is this it? Is that it? Oh wow. Chat, I'm a Slytherin. Okay. At heart, ambition guides me, ladies and gentlemen. And I gotta tell you, that is one snaky boy. Look at this. Oh, that is nice. Chat, they're really upping the stuff with these skins. How's the... Oh, we got a little underside. Looks good to me. What about the Daredevil? Show me the Dare... Now, we'll look at these, but don't go buy the pack yet. We have to see if it's worth it, okay? Because some people, this is their first time in stream and they think I'm here to sell packs. I want to see if it's worth it for you. The packs, the skins are one thing. Is it worth it for your money? That's my main concern. Yo, this looks really, really nice. I liked it on the Vigilant better. I love the snake skin. Ugh. Oh, on the Daredevil too, with like the ridges. That looks a nice challenge. You know, it looks pretty good. I need to avoid this pack actually, because I'm gonna go spend some money. Don't do this to me. It's a daggum. Okay, it's a Vindy. Still, if that was a Mega, did you see me stop? If that was a Megathron, I would have bought the skin right now. But Vindys are more expensive, and I don't normally fly them. Let's see. What is this? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? I've never seen this skin. Sarpti's Revenge. This is not that skin. Oh, goodness. This is hot. This is hot, dude. This is hot. That was the wrong skin. I've never seen Sarpti's Revenge. How much? This is going to be like a 3 billion skin. Well, I know my market or what, Chad? This is so funny. Let's look at how much this one's going for on the market right now, because that's a hot Vindy skin. I'm not surprised. Yeah, dude. Right. Yeah. Look, put up a buy order. Maybe you'll get lucky and someone will merch it for 700 million. Someone did. Two people have already sold this skin for 600 million. So you put a buy order up for 700 million and then you resell it for 3 billion. You know, so maybe that's a skin from the NES store. No, cuz Plex. There it is. Right. All right, so there's a beautiful skin. I love the snake skins. If you're a Vindy enjoyer, get it. I want still the KYBERNAUT Clade skin because this is my Corp skin. I'm literally in KYBERNAUT Clade. I want that skin still, and it's I don't fly the ship right now, so I have no reason to get it. So, oh, you know what? I don't know. I don't need a skin. I got the Angel Hex skin, bro. Look at this hot freaking like matte green and dark black with a little womb. I am good. Don't need another Vindy skin. Good to go. Is the pack worth it? So let's see. We got 890 Plex, 300,000 skill points, 2 extractors for how much? 53. I don't know about this pack, chat. I don't know about this pack. I'm gonna have to do some math and see, because normally the math is done for me and I can just show y'all. Here's what I'll say about this. This one does not include Omega. The big one does not include Omega. This one does. You see that? Omega skill points and a skill booster with some nice skins. Coil expert systems, flying the Daredevil with T2 guns. Okay, that's kind of cool. So if you're going to get one, just on face value, what I would recommend is that you get this one is way less money. Okay, way less money. This one's only 20 bucks. Okay, and you get half a month of Omega, a bunch of skill points, and a skill booster. This will be worth it with purely the skill booster. You're going to get your account sped up and have that done. You're only getting half a month's worth of Omega. That's why I don't really say, hey, everybody has to buy this. I don't think everybody has to buy this because I don't think it's worth it for everybody. But if you want some skill points and some Omega and a booster and some nice skins, I would do that. This is these packs, like I've told you, they end up being closer to just barely worth it. Then it's like a really good deal. You know, these packs down here, the platinums and the golds, when these are on sale, they're an incredible deal. They're a reason it's a once per account kind of thing. So these packs are out. Check them out if you want. As always, use my code. I get a cut. You get it for cheaper. Literally everybody wins. Here's how to do it. You press add to cart. You come up to checkout. Then you type LORU. Doesn't matter the case. You press apply. And you get a little bit of a discount. I know. It's not a lot of money off. But it's less expensive than the EVE in-game store. And you can go from there. You can use my code on the official EVE store if you would like. But you get stuff cheaper only on Markee's site. So basically check that out. Yeah, I don't know about these. How often do these big packs go on sale? There was just a sale on these platinum, gold, silvers. It's typically once a year that they're on sale for. And what I would do if I were you is I would literally put $100 aside for when they go on sale. Or I think it's like if it's like 20% off, like you can get all of these for like, what is that, 150, 170? You can get the whole thing for like 150. So I would put $150 aside and wait for these 3 packs to be on sale and then get them on sale for your one account that you want it on, because this is such a hilariously good deal. 3 months of Omega already. I'm in 800 Plex, 500,000 skill points, 2 MCTs. So you can do 1 alt for 2 months or 2 alts for 1 month, right? You get booster, skill extractors, skins. These skins, by the way, the other thing, my other big hack for y'all, and then we'll stop talking about the market and we'll get back to the actual show. These skins are pretty awesome. When the packs are on scale, the price of these skins plummet. So you can buy these skins for cheaper. So even if you don't want to buy, even if you don't care about these packs, you should still pay attention to when they're on sale because it affects the in-game market. So like the Golem State Police skin, Golem is one of the most used marauders in the game. Is one of the, I love that ship. It's fan-freaking-tastic. And right now, let's go to I literally got the skin when it was on sale, right? So right now it goes for like 20 million-esque, okay? And look at this. When do you think the pack sale was? Okay, this is when it started like everyone, this is also when Skinner was introduced, chat. So you're gonna see this is going for like, oops. You can see this is going for like 20 million. When the sale happens, it'll go down in price. You can buy it up for much cheaper and keep it going. So yeah, okay. New pack on Markee store. I want to thank y'all for just a sec. Hello, what just happened? There we go. I want to pause the music for a sec. I want to be kind of serious. The last Plex deal? Is that sale done? The last Plex sale that was just finished, where y'all could get, it is. So that sale is now done. I want to thank all of you because, goodness gracious, the last Plex sale that just happened, more of you used my code in the last 2 weeks. You almost got to November numbers, like Black Friday numbers. It was almost that many of you. So I want to say thank you. It means a lot to me that you use my code on the site to when a Plex sale hits. You know, we try to break it down for you. Thank you very much, Greg. 070, huge. Like, thank you so much, chat, because I gotta sneeze. Oh, you can use anybody's code, but use my code. So thank you, because I really try hard on the Patreon to break down, you know, how to use the sales. Not just say, buy the thing, use my code. You know, I don't just ever say, just buy it. I try to break it down, okay? And we detail this out over on our Patreon, y'all. This is for free. You don't need to, it's all for free. You don't need to pay to access this, whatever. And we show, like, here's how to get $10 Omega using the sale. Also, a big deal this time, Markee gave people credit if you bought Plex the day before. It's all fantastic. Use the twice, dude, Kersner. So 070 of our friend. Kersner's like,
once, twice.
Well done, Kersner. That's just fantastic. So I got used to this every time I buy stuff from the Eve store. Oh, thank you so much, dude. HMS, and thank you. So, see, chat, I hope you see the work I'm putting into this to make sure that you can get the best bang for your buck. Thank you to those that use it. Thank you very much. I'm really trying to be better than the people you were just talking about that are like, give me money. I don't want to do that. Let me go to tissue box chat 1 second. I still got it. I still got some notes. Just because I'm better doesn't mean I still don't get a runny nose, chat. You know what I'm saying? I actually have like a residual runny nose just from being sick. So people say that there's like residuals, you know, that's going to happen. So thank you so much, plural. Thank you for using it. I used your code on the Eve store. What does it give you, Omega? So if you use my code on the official Eve store, there's no discount. That's why I always recommend you go to Markee store, because then you get a discount. I care more about you. I get a cut whether you use Eve store or Markee store, you know. I get a bigger cut if you use the Eve store. Okay, so it's like, use Markee, because then you get a discount, because you're the one that I care about. I'd rather, because this is my marketing brain working, I'd rather you get the most value, because then you'll keep using the code. See what I'm saying? Now, some people don't like using Markee store because it's a third-party site, and while he is directly connected, there's no risk of ban, 0%. He works directly with the devs. Some people don't like using a third-party store. They want to use the official store. Great. Thanks for using my code. You know, that's it. So, you know. Why would we use a Vigilant over a hack? Talk to me. I'm always confused. The short answer is faction ships are easier to get into. So faction ships require less skills, but are more expensive. Tech 2 ships require more skills and are maybe better depending on the situation, but are harder to get into. It might take you months to get into a Tech 2 ship, especially with the guns and all the other stuff. Whereas a Vigilant is like, you can fly it like in a couple days just because it's a faction ship. So my man, that's right, Harden. That's right. Yes. Do you think you got so many refs because of the video you made on Pirate? No, I don't think so, because I can tell you that video has completely gone out of the Eve sphere and is now just in the perpetual troll sphere, because I stopped reading comments after 12 hours, right? You know, it's just that video is now like dead to me. I'm not going to ever look at it again because it's just so full of trolls. Are people getting into the game because of that video? Hopefully they see the game is not some administrative mess, you know? So, you know, thank you, Crazy. Yo, that's sick. I love that. My man, thank you. Trevor, that was me. There it is. Thank you for that, Trevor. You know, Barado's take about 3 months to train into, right? I wonder how different Eve would be if it were activity skill-based instead of time-based. It wouldn't be as good, I can tell you that. Eve is, I love the system as is. So I got into Eve because of that video on day 3. Yo, that's sick, Tempik. Yo, can we get some 07s for Tempik? Welcome to New Eden, bro. Tempik, welcome to New Eden, my friend. It's good to see you. You literally came at the best time. Eve is in the best place it's ever been, ever. There's problems, just like every other game, but it's in the best place it's ever been. So, you know. Speaking of the place Eve is in, I do, Ken. You can check out our link tree, Ken. It's at the very top of our link tree. It's in my portfolio link. Here it is. You can use there's a get 1 million skill points button. You can click that there. So, and y'all, if you, I mean, I normally never talk about this, but someone asked in chat, so I'm gonna show it. If you have accounts that you've not used this on, go do it. You'll get a free 1 million skill points. Even if you made your account 20 years ago, if you've never used a content creator's like referral link, you'll get 1 million skill points. What I get is I get like 15 days Omega, you know? So I get like time added to my account, whatever, which thank you very much. I get to do more dope stuff without having to worry about paying for the account. Thank you. You get 1 million skill points. It's a big deal. So log in to become a recruit on an existing account. This is what I would do. This is what I would do. So, you know, rookie numbers, get those.
Those are rookie numbers. Get those numbers up.
I hate that movie, but damn it, that's such a good scene, dude. I love McConaughey is the freaking bee's knees. So, chat, we got some stuff to talk about today. Enough announcements. Let's dive into some stuff. Today, literally as the stream started, No Man's Sky put out a new trailer for their new expansion. So I wanted to check it out with y'all and see how it is. Let's look at the Worlds Apart 2 trailer for No Man's Sky. We're going to look at this, and then we're going to get back some Eve stuff right after. Don't you worry. Headphone warning. I don't know how loud this is going to be. We're going to like cater the desktop audio. One sec. Let's see.
This is No Man's Sky
Turn this up.
version 5.5.
Let me turn this up to like right about there. Okay, now the YouTube video is going to start like right here. Let's see what we got.
This is No Man's Sky version 5.5. Billions of new stars and planets have appeared across the universe. A new lighting system brings incredible detail. Epic new gas giants loom huge across the universe.
Sick.
Terrain is more detailed and varied than ever, with huge mountains and dramatic landscapes.
Yes.
New biomes mean planets are more varied than ever before.
What's that ship in the middle, dude?
Water reacts physically to the world around it,
Chat, they got a
thrust
Stratios.
to large waves. A new adventure awaits, tying together many strands of lore.
Oh, yeah. I love those.
Oceans several kilometers deep are out there to be explored.
Kilometers?
Discover a rare new living starship.
What is this shit?
Gas giants can be explored by the most advanced of players.
Really?
Our journey continues.
So they add a new, first of all, goodness gracious. No Man's Sky, I played it quite a bit a couple years ago, and it's just, I've been watching all this new stuff. One of the best games in 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best games of the decade, No Man's Sky. I say this as an Eve enjoyer. No Man's Sky, I cannot recommend this game enough. It has completely 180'd from back in the day to what it is now. It's not a good game now. It's a great game now. Gas giants, and they said this is an end tier player planet. So they're not just adding planets for everybody. This is like the professionals, right, that have been playing for a long time. Now they go into the gas giants. Lighting overall cool. Inventory sorting. Those of you that have played No Man's Sky saw this and went, hallelujah. Like, it's so needed. It's so annoying to like drag, you know, like I played on my console, on my Xbox. Maybe we'll do a No Man's Sky stream at some point, chat. Maybe we'll do a hardcore stream. We'll see about it. New solar system sounds fun. Deep oceans, that's pretty sick. Because the oceans, I remember playing in the oceans and going, you know what? I wish there was more here. Deep sea creatures. So something that No Man's Sky is doing is we're going to talk about how EVE Online is doing something similar, but they put out a system and then they make it better. And then they put out another system and they kind of make those systems connect, which makes them both better. And then they put out another system and they connect everything. So everything just keeps getting better. It's really awesome. New weather hazards, starship archiving. I don't know what that means. I think that means you can like maybe like put your ship in like a box. Hopefully that sounds kind of cool. Dynamic water. Okay, cool. Because water, again, was kind of like whatever. Waves. They got the Sea of Thieves update, ladies and gentlemen. Improved cooking. Chat, I love the use of emojis here, dude. This is not nothing. Cooking is good because you can use it for like buffs and, you know, you can like breed your animals with whatever the heck, you know. What is a Titan expedition? That sounds interesting. So I played it when it came out. Was a bit different back then. Oh yeah, the game back then is not even close to what the game is now. So last time I played No Man's Sky, it felt like the planets are pretty empty. That was around 1 or 2 years ago. I can tell you, I have never felt that the planets were empty, and I think I played maybe 3 or 4 years ago because I was like looking for specific things. I look for a thing, I fight it. I found the freaking Dune planet where you're the big sandworm. That was a surprise. Didn't know that was in there. Right, Titan sounds expensive. Yes. You can package your ships in Eve, maybe. No Man's Sky's radically improved since then. Yes. What's up, Wing Skull? Welcome from Hungary. Yeah, chat. The No Man's Sky update's out. That's pretty sick. If you have the game, it looks like it's a free update. I already commented on it. Perfection. Definitely go like this tweet. Go support them. Go follow them on Twitter. Some of the best space games out there. I know this is mainly an EVE Online channel, but goodness gracious, definitely go check out No Man's Sky. They just do great things. I am watching that career with great interest, chat. Okay, and Light No Fire is going to be like Skyrim, but with No Man's Sky stuff. I'm in, dude. I'm in. Cool. I was starting to run out of planets. Look, it's free update time. Oh no, Sean. I can't do this. Oh no. This is such a good meme because they keep giving us free updates, dude. That's so good. I'm so upset at how funny this is. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So good job at No Man's Sky. Absolutely killing it. We've got new expansion Worlds Part 2. I really just can't recommend No Man's Sky enough. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see a No Man's Sky stream, and I'll do one better. Like this video if you want to see a No Man's Sky live stream come to the channel. We'll see about it. Thanks, y'all. Thanks. Chat, that's a YouTube video. We're gonna have that be a very quick, very like, yo, Worlds Apart just came out. It couldn't get into it, and that's fine. It's just here's the thing about games that I think we as a culture need to get away from. Every game isn't for every person, right? So we got to be able to say, like, look, No Man's Sky is good. It's objectively a good game now, right? It is objectively a good game. It doesn't have to be that you play it, right? So, and there it is, Nico. There it is. Ooh. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I blew your ears out again. Goodness gracious, chat. I keep doing that, dude. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for sticking with me, chat. I gotta like, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a scene for reacting and then make a scene for playing because then I don't forget about it anymore, the stuff. So, you know, sorry about that, chat. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Oh, for sure. Definitely try it again. If you own it, definitely try it again. I don't know what this new ship is. It's like pretty sick. So you're gonna see a lot of similar systems to No Man's Sky that are happening in EVE as well. Speaking of EVE, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. We're gonna cue this up for YouTube, but we're gonna talk about the director's letter. I was watching it a little bit, okay? And we're gonna talk about this, okay? Because they put out
Hello, everyone.
their director's letter about 2025.
Amazing guests to check.
Thank you, Swift. Swift killing it with the blue jacket. I tell you.
Let's get started. I'm joined
this right here. Okay, so we're gonna cue this up. Commander Johnny, I will give you the link for them, the IEMs, because they're a little pricey, but I can tell you right now that these IEMs have changed my life. That all of my music now sounds different. It's like I'm hearing the songs for the first time. That's how this goes. It really, like, I got these. I was like, you know, what's the point? They're kind of expensive. You know, here is the link. They're $250. I think it's worth every penny. I'm listening to my favorite songs again. I'm like, I didn't know that instrument was in this song. That's how good these are. So, you know, check them out. They are Lin Sol. I just linked it in chat for you. They're the Lin Sol. I'll just put it on my screen. Whatever. They're the Lin Sol Kiwi Orchestra Lite. Okay, and it's just as it comes. They're. I don't love the like design. I wish I could get it like a different color, but these colors all kind of suck. And I wanted some kind of color. So, you know, kiwi ears. Yeah. All right. So. Oh, for sure, dude. Oh my God, Commander Johnny. IEMs are freaking the best. Now that I have these, I'm never going back, actually. So it couldn't hold my attention. That's good, gamer, because guess what we're going to do? We're putting it at 1.5 speed. We're not. I thought... We're going to put it a little faster. They're super cozy, Simon. And it comes with a bunch of little It comes with like 2 or 3 different like buds. Look, so mine, let me cover my eyes. Let me cover my eyes so it focuses on this. So it comes with a couple iterations of the plug, right? And so if you have bigger ears like I do, and you need the bigger plug, then you can use the bigger plug. But it comes with like smaller plugs. And look, it just goes, beep. I don't notice they're there. I stream for 6 hours. I don't notice they're there. That's it. And the only reason I don't have this going behind my back is because the cord is just as long to reach to my headphone jack, right? So, and I don't want to get an extender, although you can if you want. So whatever. So the bass is okay. Too Fat to Fly. It's just okay. Any IEM, that's the sacrifice. Is IEMs do not have as much bass as say over your headphones. Not even close. But is it there? Do you notice it? Yes. Bass is fine. Should you play FPS games with the IEMs? Probably not, because you're not going to be able to hear the like pops and the footsteps as much. That's my recommendation. I would get over your headphones. Chad, if you want to get Chad, gear reviews are coming to. What I'll tell you is be on the Patreon. Patrons get the behind the scenes. You'll see. So let's cue this up. Well, is EVE Online in a good place in 2025? That's the question we mean to answer here in the director's letter. Yes, the director's letter for the EVE devs. We're going to be listening to it, watching it, and giving our takes about what state the game is in. We're going to be watching this at a little bit faster speed because my ADD cannot handle it. So let's see what the devs have for us. Swift killing it in that blue jacket. Let's see what the devs have for us.
Hello, everyone. I am CCB Swift, joined with some amazing guests to chat with you a little bit about what you can
Just kidding. We're not going to listen to it fast because now I think he sounds like an alien, and it's not his fault. It's my fault. So let's get this done.
expect in 2025 from EVE Online. Let's get started. I am joined by CCB Okami in the middle here, our game design director, CCB Rotati, of course, our game director, and CCB Berger, our creative director. How you guys doing?
Awesome, man. Yeah, really good. Thanks for having me.
I love his Revenant shirt, dude. Sick. Good to see the Avengers assemble of EVE. You know, this is, by the way, do we all have like equal amounts, right, James, of like incredible hair, incredible beard, incredible hair? Like it's, you know, and Swift is killing it with his fit too. Dude, what's with the Trig teddy bear, dude? I want a proving ground approved teddy. What the heck? We got the Fetto right here too.
Yeah, of course.
Killing it.
Welcome to my corner of the Pulse Bar or wherever we are.
Yeah.
In space.
In space.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're safe, everyone.
They're in space, chat.
But yeah, we just wanted to kind of look forward to a little bit about what we can expect in 2025. It's been a while since we chatted with you, actually, since the Revenant expansion. So tell us, what has happened a little bit since we last chatted?
Well, you all have been quite busy shooting each other in the face.
Gotta be honest with you. Gotta be honest with you. Can we rewind? Wait. Let's go. We got it. We got a comment on this, dude. Okay. This face. This face from the man. This is the face of... The question was, how has it been since Revenant? The short answer is that Revenant added a new system and improved some stuff from Equinox, but the null blocks are not happy. I see this. Equinox, we talked about this last year. Equinox added a lot of new stuff to the game, and while some unrest is to be understood because the systems are new and people have to learn the new systems, there was a lot of critiques of CCB games of rolling out bugs and having things that weren't finished. We just got done talking about this actually in one of our recent videos. The point is, I think the devs are improving things. We've already seen them improve some things. So the short answer is this face, I'm sure, is a face of a man who has read those complaints, let's call them, and is doing his best to whip the devs and into shape, not whip the devs. Sheesh, Loru, goodness gracious. Help the devs, help lead the devs to make a continual better product. We'll see. So
You all have been quite busy shooting each other in the face. A lot of explosions, a lot of beautiful ships being built and space claimed. And
I see this question. MMGA, is this make mining great again? Is that what that means? Just for clarification, because we have some other people that are new in chat. What is if that is what it is? opinions on MMGA Mega Mining great again. I think that every time you add a new system to a video game as vast as Eve, isn't that super funny, right? That you're going to have ripples. Isogen was put under control, let's say, but now you've seen Mexilon and other, Merc and just, Morphite go crazy, right? With its prices, with all these other things. So what are my opinions on the movement? I don't associate with the movement of MMGA because I don't know what their demands are or whatever the heck, What I will tell you is the CCP devs have proven the past couple of years alone that they will implement a system, see how stuff goes, improve that system, see how stuff goes, that we need to give it time. Okay. We need to give it time. That's my opinion of it. So I think mining's pretty okay. I don't know what mining was like back in the day. Well, back in the day it was much better because there wasn't scarcity. They literally made it harder to mine, roughly speaking. So, nowadays that's how it is. So what would you want mining to be better than now? I have no idea. It's so complex. What I'll tell you is keep giving your opinions and feedback in a constructive way to the CSM. The summit's happening right now. Put them in a constructive way and let's keep it going. This is such a good it's such a good question. We're never getting through this video if I keep answering questions. So let's keep on to this. What I'm telling you is how would I make mining better? Encourage miners to get back on the belt. How that looks, I don't know. So
Space lost and massive migration resets. I mean,
good to see you, Justin. Welcome to live. The Great Migration. This happened recently. This is not nothing. Okay, in October, $7 million of ships were moved. Okay, 126 equivalent number of Milky Way galaxy crossings made. What? The equivalent of 127 Milky Way galaxies, in a line, were crossed? Because people were traveling its light years in Eve. That's I actually can't fathom that. 32,000 Eve freighter cargo holds full of assets. 32,000 and a half freighter cargoes moved. Full. Whoa. Because the Imperium embarked on relocating their assets valued over $1 trillion ISK. And we actually just did the math on this. $1 trillion ISK. There's a Python in contracts right now as of this video for 1.2 trillion ISK. And that we did the math. If you go onto Markee's site and use my code on the 20K Plex packs, thank you for that. Don't go buy this, chat. Just to be clear, don't do this. But we did the math. 1 trillion ISK is about 9 to 10 20K Plex packs. It's like $6,000. It's just a lot of stuff, It's just a lot. It's crazy. So all of these corps moved, I guess. Or I thought one of them moved, but maybe all of these guys moved. Crazy. So, right. Warhammer 40K stats for sure. So this happened in October. This is one of the biggest moments in October that maybe a lot of you didn't know about or see because it didn't affect you because you might not be a null. But, so 1 trillion seems like nothing. I mean, $6,000 is a lot to spend on a video game, right? So, and hey, maybe I did the math wrong. Feel free to correct me in chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This was huge.
I think we've been really busy since the expansion, actually, with follow-up releases, which is something that we kind of...
Dan, I didn't say I don't want wars. I don't know how you got that. Of course I want wars. We need more fights. Undock. Get people fighting. I don't know how you got I don't want wars. That's not true. So,
Talked about in the beginning of the expansion phase was we were going to roll it out in kind of a couple of releases, for example, Skyhooks, iterations, and then we've basically been following more up on quality of life and stuff like that. We didn't plan, but kind of kept in our back pocket if it kind of happened to happen. So there's been a lot of unexpected, unplanned for and kind of released. We didn't talk about these things before.
PI templates,
PI
right?
Upgrade, etc.
Hey,
they were just kind of on a back.
Go watch my guide.
Waiting for the right opportunity to strike.
Go watch my guide.
We've been kind of seeing that way more than we expected, kind of in this expansion era. So that's kind of drying up now as we enter
the PI template change. We have a full guide. You can copy a bunch of my templates. The PI template change has revolutionized PI. There is now zero excuse to not do PI. I made, in 4 days, I just got done selling 1.1 billion ISK. I had a stockpile of P2s. I turned them into P3s. It took about 4 days. I just got done selling them for 1.1 billion ISK. Took 4 days to turn my stockpile of P2s into P3s. They went from worthing like hundreds of millions of ISK to 1.1-ish billion ISK. Okay. And it's templated now. Go do it. Go do it. It's literally so easy. We have a full playlist. I think it's in the description. Go watch the PI for starters, PI starter thing. You know, do it. Do it.
Planning for the next expansion, but it's been hell of a ride.
Yeah, and since we last spoke, we've seen a lot more narrative events as well in Revenant leading up to the launch and even beyond. So a few more in-game events and other live things like that as well, on top of all the game balancing and content updates we've done.
Yeah, it's been like a really active year, really active back half of the year.
Yeah.
You mentioned the PI templates. The team that was responsible for it wants to make sure that you guys know it wasn't only because of the Reddit threads. They're actually working on that beforehand.
The memes were pretty good.
Yeah, but the memes gave them a little bit fuel to kind of get over the edge a little bit. Dread insurance was another one that popped up. This is something that, you know, people who like Dread brawls are really enjoying. The Meta-Nauts mood drills give them a great venue to do this stuff. And I think in the last like 3 years, if we're just looking at some data, the number of dreads that have been killed, both in like ISK value and just sheer number, is at like a really big high point for 2024.
Really?
It's exciting to see what players might do in 2025.
Dreads killed or at an all-time high? That means dreads undocked or at an all-time high. Is that what he's saying? Yes? Dread kills are at an all-time high in 2024? That's pretty sick, because no longer are they these like paperweights that are just sitting in your, you know, a hold waiting to be undocked, whatever. So, you know, so can you copy PI to other planets? Yes, Espeon. It's so pathetically easy now. Before it would take you like an hour to like set up something and do it on all your planets. Now you can make it once and then you can use it on all the planets on that character and on your alts and on your alt accounts. Just go freaking set. It's so easy, dude. It's so easy. So supers are no longer the meta lore. It's more efficient to deploy them. Let's freaking do it. Well, doesn't that mean they might be the meta if it's more efficient to use them? Is that what that means? We'll see. So, how can that be? We didn't have big scale wars. Again, isn't that a good thing that the dreads are coming out for not big scale wars? They're not just a trump card, right? They're not just the thing you bring out when there's like, you know, a massive border war. It's like, hey, let's take the dread out in a fleet and like support it. And dreadnoughts for new E players are the capital ships. They're the big ships. They're like the size of small moons. You know, they're really awesome. I'm glad they're being used more.
With those.
I'm glad they're being used more.
Yeah.
Dread fights are always fun.
And I think, yeah, it's been really amazing to see how the Meta-Nauts has kind of how it's entered New Eden and how it's kind of changed up how players or Capsuleers actually claim space and hold space and yeah, attack stuff. So it's been a very healthy change and we keep on, you know, we're still like looking at it and focusing at it and seeing what other things we can learn from it and improve.
This is good to know. Okay, so look, chat, we're going to call a spade a spade. The company, this is all scripted. Okay, the company has to say the script. They sit in rooms for weeks knowing what to say for the fans. The Meta-Nauts Moon Drill is, in my opinion, a good addition to the game. It is. The objective of it was to get people to stop ice mining and go fight more. At least what it looks like. You know, I haven't heard that from these guys, but I think the objective of the Meta-Nauts Moon Drill is to get you set it up. It's something to defend, but then your people that were normally ice mining can now go do other things. They can now go get in fights. They can go rat. They can go explore. They can be active in the community, whatever, instead of just ice mining, right? But what ended up happening with the Meta-Nauts Moon Drill, and it's an automated thing, is the amount we saw it on our last Oz report react, and we might watch another one today because I saw Oz put another one out right after this video. The most of moon mining is now done by the Meta-Nauts Moon Drill. And this is having some interesting effects on the economy. And I like that they're saying we're going to keep looking at this and improve. What I'll tell you, I trust the EVE devs to look at the effects of it, give it time, and then try to improve stuff. We've already seen the Equinox was not great at launch with all the bugs and all these things. And then they kept hotfixing stuff. Like, okay, a month, whatever had gone by, they fixed some stuff. They saw the ripples of that. A couple months went by, they fixed some more stuff. They keep seeing the ripples of that. They introduced mercenary dens. We're going to keep seeing what they're going to do. I think they know that the Metanox moon drill is causing ripples in the economy that are not loved by the masses. I think that's the best way to put it, right? I think that's a good politically correct way to put it. Okay. So we'll see what the rest of this does. Time is on our side. I think that's what I'm saying. So, right, exactly, Devin. Yes. Because the Metanox has a tiny reinforcement timer. Right. Yeah. Unlike the rest of structures. For sure. So, you know. Ooh, Noxie, welcome in. Well done. Good job.
And the size and sort of like rate and cadence of those conflicts as well.
Yeah.
Not just epic grand scale battles in, solve space, but smaller, more intense and interesting battles as well.
Which is good. That's what we want.
Real value. You can see that there's a reason to put them into space. People really want to be able to kind of generate this value and are willing to commit the resources and risk them. But we also have, I think, a better balance in the skyhooks now. They were all in the same timer in the beginning, but now they've kind of slowly being kind of spread out. So there's way more opportunities for people to find something if they go on a roam, if it's skyhooks, if it's the Metanox, etc. So
Merc dens.
Yeah.
Yep.
MTOs. Yeah, exactly.
DSS
Blowing up,
is like it's
blow up Merc dens.
Yep.
Merc dens.
Yeah,
Yep.
my little group that I'm flying with recently, every time we just film it somewhere in space, there's always something within 5 or 10 jumps. We rarely make it more than 5 jumps before we meet our
Good point.
ultimate demise. And the community team also have a stream every Friday. We barely.
It's a really good point. There's more to do in Null, especially than ever before, with the new nodes from the Sovereignty Hub, the new PS5, as I call it, the freaking blade that's floating in space. That gives you new nodes. The Skyhook attracts more rats. It can attract Titan level rats. Okay, this is a big Dread level rats, big deal. So you have to deploy big ships to like defend the Skyhook. The Moon Drill is another thing to fight over, and then finally the Mercenary Hubs are a little add-on you can put onto your Skyhook's Dread level. Okay, is it Titan or Dread? I know it's Dread. I don't remember if it's Titan or not. I know it's Dread. Thank you, Nico. The Mercenary Hubs you can attach to the Skyhook, and that's another thing then that like affects things. So there's more to do in Null and more to defend, as always. Like you just mentioned, filament again. We do a decent amount of filament again just because there's so much to do in Null. It'll be interesting to see as the game grows if the game gets so overpopulated that maybe we need more space. Because I don't know about y'all, but a couple years ago, I would filament and I would have empty systems for like 2 or 3 jumps. I've been filamenting off stream. It's never empty. And maybe I'm just getting unlucky, but it's never empty. Like, and I'm not talking like, oh, there's one person. I'm talking like 5, 4, 7, 2, 5. Like there's always someone in Null. I think population might be improving, chat. You know what I'm saying? So
We make it 1 jump most of the time.
Right.
But that's because people they're out for looking for corpses. The corpse trade. And we should actually have you guys on pretty soon so we can get some CCBO comic corpses. Rare, I'm sure.
Nobody has my corpse yet, so
Oh, so good.
putting that out there. Who's gonna be first?
Yeah, my corpse is devalued completely. The floor is falling out. We also had the Alliance tournament, the 20th Alliance tournament, which was pretty crazy to see.
Yes.
People like compete all out for them. Had tournament battleships for the first time in forever in the Python. So our Python got killed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that our community is doing an amazing job at killing Python. I mean, we're trying to, slowly upgrade our Python, but this is one way of doing it.
Nice joke, dude.
Yay! Nerds.
I was like, huh? He's talking about code, chat. I was like, hey, that was good. Chat, the 20th Alliance tournament, 2 decades of the AT is a big deal. Last year, we couldn't cover it just because life was stopping me. This year, we're going to be covering it quite a bit. So we're going to have a good time with that. It was really good. Maybe they can chat. Ping CCP Games if you want them to help. If you want me to help them announce the tournament. See if you can send them a little DM. Be like,
You know who would be really good to cast the Alliance tournament is that Loru Gaming guy. I heard he does it well.
if you missed our Frigate Fiasco last year, we had a great time casting that. And then the Cruiser Chaos tournament the year before was a great time. definitely go check that out.
Tidy, you had mentioned that you've been kind of watching Alliance Tournament prize ships, and you've been like really surprised at how many of them are dying the last couple.
There was a culling of the herd.
Yeah,
I remember a couple of months ago, just one after another. Don't know what it was. If it was a failed deployment or like someone moving, but like.
I love seeing people use their ships.
I get asked this question, Davencio. Have I considered running for CSM? I will not be running for CSM. I do more good for the community making my show and doing this. The CSM is really, just to be direct, for smarter people than me, people that have done the numbers. They're really plugged in and they eat, sleep, and breathe Eve. I eat, sleep, and breathe content creation. I'm a content creator first. I'm a content marketer first. I play Eve as a way to help the community and as a way to grow the channel and continue good discussions. I can do more, I think, on making better YouTube videos instead of being in the CSM room. Could that change? Maybe. We'll see. For now, I'm not going to run for CSM. You know what I'm saying? So that's true, Sincline. I'm worried. I'll be honest with you. If I have with Eve Frontier, I have done very little in the game because I'm worried I'm going to blurt something out on stream and then screw myself, you know? So, of course, it's a great question. It's a fantastic question, obviously. So, you know, I love it. I love it, Dan. We about to slow down? We're not slowing down, Dan. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Yeah.
And get them in space.
Yeah.
Get that risk out there.
Yeah, it's been really nice since we brought the Alliance Tournament back. We've actually upped the amount of prize ships that players get, and that's really, we've seen them being like, they've been less like sitting in the hangar collecting dust, more like, oh, I'll take it out for a roll.
Yeah.
It's just
yes, good. Undock.
And a lot of times what happens is like some insanely motivated person sets a trap for them and kills them, which is always fun.
That's great.
Right, but that was 2024. A lot of stuff towards the back half of the year. Let's look forward to 2025. What can players kind of expect for like the year, just high level stuff?
Here we go.
So, 25. It's going to be a huge year for us. We're planning 2 expansions, a summer expansion and the winter expansion. So, and we've already started,
Here we go. I saw this get tweeted out. This is the roadmap for 2025. So, Q1, Revenant update. Q2, summer expansion. Sick. FanFest. See you at FanFest, chat. I'm there. I'm one of the hosts. I'm one of the player presenters there. So I'm literally I'm part of the show. They're actually flying me out. I'm very honored. Thank you again, CCP Games, for flying me out, for helping me to get there. It's a big deal, chat. They're helping me get there. They're making it happen. I'm going to get there early, so I'm going to talk to the devs. It's going to be a great time. I'll be there. Bring the patron mugs that we have on our T2 patrons. I'll sign it. Bring them out. I'll sign it. So, chat, I'm going to see y'all there. Param, come on down. It's going to be a great time, you know. Capsuleer Day. Chat, this is one of the best times to get back into Eve. It's Capsuleer Day. You get a bunch of new ships, new stuff for free. It's really awesome. Alliance Tournament feeders. I'm going to have to see if I cover both of these. I don't know what the difference is. I'll be honest. Last year, I missed the Alliance Tournament just because life Q3, Q4 last year was crazy. This year I planned on covering these. What's the difference between feeders and Alliance Tournament? I don't know what the difference is. Summer expansion update. We're going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about this right now, but let me get through this. Confirmation: Crimson Harvest Winter Nexus is back. These are some of the best times to make ISK in Eve. I really love Crimson Harvest Winter Nexus. Big ISK injection into the market. You've heard Oz talk about it. It definitely is a cause for inflation for various things, but at the end of the day, ISK is ISK, and I like everybody having ISK, and that's, him and I can debate that at another time. Okay, Alliance Tournament, yay. Okay, Alliance Tournament qualifiers. Okay, sure. And then the winter expansion. So, let's talk about the big hitters. Summer expansion. Okay, summer expansion, and then a summer expansion update. I saw a lot of people in the forums. I did some perusing on in Discords and various things saying that this roadmap is bad, that there's not a lot on this roadmap, that this roadmap is not enough. I just disagree with that take. I understand that some of this is like putting like half of Q3 towards something that's actually happening in Q4. Okay, sure. But they have to make it look like there's 2 things. I understand that from a marketing standpoint. I get it. What I'm trying to tell you is this is a good model. Revenant update in Q1, okay? Revenant had some interesting changes to the game, and really the Revenant update should be titled like Equinox update, right? They're going to keep messing with Equinox. They're going to mess with Ore. They're going to mess with the systems that came out in Equinox, the Skyhooks, Sov, all this other stuff. They're going to make Equinox and Revenant, whatever. Revenant is an addition to Equinox, so they're going to make both better. I like this. I like that we're not just constantly adding new things and making the game broken and unbalanced mess. I like that you're right, Harton, there's a vocal minority here too that are just unhappy no matter what happens. So I think this is fine that we do an expansion, we let the dust kind of settle and see what happens to the market, and then they tweak. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that we have Revenant updates before we have new content coming out. And I want to remind people, last time we had expansions, last year, did we get the Deluge and the Torrent last summer? I use those ships every day. They're some of my most used ships now, because I do a lot of PI. You know, it's just, you know, and a lot of hauling for my Corp. If I go back to high sec, I'm gonna bring a Torrent so I can bring a couple ships through the wormhole back into Pochfin and then sell them through contracts. I'm just gonna if I'm coming back, that's what I'm gonna do. So you know, it's interesting that people get mad about this. I'm gonna tell you, Chan, I like that we get confirmed 2 expansions next year. We get summer expansion and the winter expansion. I like that then we are seeing that right after those expansions happen, that there's an update at some point on those, and it lets the market settle. Because here's what would actually be bad. If they kept just putting out new content without any regard to balance and just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and then all of a sudden in 2 years, the game is unrecognizable. Kind of like Call of Duty right now is like going through a lot of changes, because you see, like back in the day, it used to be very, very tactical and very like everything was about the military. Now it's like, which pink pony skin are you gonna buy, dude? It's not the same game anymore because it just kept going big outside of the core ethos. So this, I agree, Dev. I haven't played it in years, and I tried recently. It's just not worth it. I like this system where they make an expansion and then they do an update. They make an expansion and then they do an update. I like this. I don't think my marketing brain here is this word right here. It's causing the problem. Okay, expansion. It sounds, MMO players are used to expansion, meaning a massive amount of new content. You could argue that adding a couple new ships in the game adds new content, like the Cenotaph and the Tholos. You can't get the Cenotaph and the Tholos unless you use Mercenary Dens, which is a brand new thing. You can argue that that's a bunch of new content, and it is in terms of ripples across the market. But when we think as MMO players expansion, we think like World of Warcraft. You know, I'm an old WoW head, right? Like Legion was an expansion. You know, if they added a new armor set and a new dungeon, you wouldn't call that an expansion, right? You would call that like an update. So I understand the marketing behind this, calling it an expansion to make it feel bigger, because it is an expansion as far as EVE's concerned, but maybe it's a messaging problem that's causing some of the anger. You know, this is again where my marketing brain goes. So I think that this is good. Would I call this great? Maybe, almost. I'm gonna have to see what the expansion is. You know, so this is do you need a high-end PC to play EVE? No, you can use potato mode. There's a literal like low graphics mode. We call it potato mode because it's just, there it is. So let's see what y'all are saying. The new ships are so costly, most players will never see them. Well, I don't really care if most players see them. This is a good conversation actually, because at what point do you make you can make new bro ships? You can make big bro ships. I like the new ships. There's something to aspire to, right? Like the Tholos and the Cenotaph are expensive, and new players aren't normally gonna fly them. But I don't think there should be new players running around with a ship that is the only damage over time ship in the game, right? It has a unique tool. Tholos and the Cenotaph literally has the breacher pods is the only ship in the game. Should alphas fly that? No, you should have to pay for that, and you should be able to something to aspire to, right? I would love some new bro ships. I would love that. I think that they should introduce Empire mining ships that are in between a Venture and a Barge, that are in the Empire ship tree. That would, if I was like a CSM, and again, I'm not running, I would advocated for something like that, like 4 new mining ships, each in Empire only, right? You know, for alpha. I would like it to be for alpha. Literally for alphas. In between, make it like a Tech 1 mining ship for alphas that is not as powerful as a barge, but a little stronger than a venture. I think that would be kind of cool. You know, that would be kind of interesting. So correct, Remi main. Yeah, like they used to have. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. Oh, y'all like that, huh? Tier 3 frigates. We'll see. See, we can do a lot of new things. We can talk about what should happen, how that happens. The system they have here, I think, is good. Where they put out an expansion, they let the dust settle, then they update stuff. They put out some new content for y'all, they let the dust settle, they update stuff. How they're doing this, I like. A lot of people were upset about, like, I saw some comments that were like,
I can't believe you keep breaking our...
Like, people are just angry. The reality is those people are going to be mad no matter what happens. They will literally be upset if CCP Games tomorrow says, y'all, we're doubling the size of EVE. We're also updating all NPC missions, and we're adding alpha miner ships bound to the Empire. There will be people in the forum saying,
the game is too big. How are we supposed... I can't...
No matter what happens, people are going to get upset. This is good. We'll see what the expansions are before I call it great. So, and we'll see at FanFest. Let's see what they have to say about it, though. Let's see what the devs say about this, okay?
We've laid down the lines for the whole year, and the team is in
a mining destroyer for empires. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, not a cruiser, because the barges are cruisers, right? They're cruiser size. I'd like it, right, Lotus. Maybe a mining destroyer for alphas, you know? So, yeah.
For the summer expansion. So, very, very...
I see a lot of sub-cost rage. The people spending $20 a month literally don't watch my videos. It's skill issue. Don't watch Loru Gaming. Yeah, I'm serious, chat. If you watch our stuff, we talk to you every couple months. There's a big sale, and you can use it to get Omega for $10 a month. We just finished one. There was a big sale. We showed you on our Patreon, all for free. We put it out to the public, $10 a month if you follow this. And just as like a super easy one, if you go to the EVE Online store, and you get the 3-month pack, you get, I love seeing my videos pop up, you get it for $15 a month. Where is the Omega? Yeah, you get this. Sorry, 16. You get $16 a month. That's completely acceptable for a game that most people are playing half of the day, all month. $16. I remember playing WoW $15 a month and was happy. You know, for just $1 more, you know, you get the 3-month bundle and use my code. Okay, I get a kickback, and you know, if you use the official store, you don't get a discount. You use Markee's store, you get a percentage off. So go use my code on the official store or Markee. I get a cut no matter what, but you get a discount if you use Markee's store. So go use Markee's store. Thank you very much. So I the people that are complaining about sub costs are, I think, not founded. Because the reality is, if you're playing a game 5 to 7 days a week for hours and spending $16, what is your cost per hour? It's going to be like less than $1. You know what I'm saying? So, right? Definitely, Dev. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So, it's like paying for Netflix, except you're locked into Reef. Yeah. Now, let's be the devil's advocate, okay? And Remi main, you're incredible. Make sure you use my code on Markee, because then you get it for even less money. Remi main, I want you to make sure that you're getting the most bang for your buck. And on Markee store with my code is how to do that. Let's say you're in not America, and $16 a month is too expensive for you. I hear you. I don't know how to solve global economic problems. I don't know what to do there. I didn't finish college. I don't know. I could tell you for like America and, you know, for Europe, maybe with the pounds, and with Canada, they're like, we typically use dollars or some kind of equivalent. I get that it can get expensive to play a video game. Then just play alpha. Just do free to play. But then I won't have all the features in the game. Yeah, but right now the world economy is kind of weird, and it's a video game. So if you can play the game for free, and you can do a lot in alpha. You could do Abyss, you can roll around in some exploration frigates with your buddies, you can PvP in alpha ships. You don't have to Omega. So if cost is a problem and you want to fly your Marauders, maybe take a break from paying the game for a little bit and just see what can you fly in alpha and call it a day, okay? So now you won't be able to PI. But, I'm not going to solve global economic problems, Chancellor. Good discussion. Let's see what they say about it.
Very busy time at CCP right now.
Yeah, I bet.
A lot of back and forth, and we have the CSM in this week, so it's the best time of the year actually to come in and have they both have the opportunity to look at what we're doing for the summer, but they also can help us kind of shape how winter would look like and kind of what the big.
It's a really good point. Shadow says sub games last longest. You are correct. Eve is still going strong, no matter what people say. Eve is not dying. Eve's been dying since the game had came out in the public's eye, and they're wrong. And the public is typically wrong. Rima Main says you won't be able to do PI if you're alpha, but you can start your extractors until the planet is full. That is correct. You can literally load up. Gildy has a pretty good video on this. Gildy is a friend of the channel. Let's see if I can find it super fast, and I'll put it in chat for you. Gildy has a video about alpha PI. I haven't seen it. I literally haven't watched it, but I know that a lot of you were enjoying it and showing how to like set up alpha PI stuff. So let me see if I can find it, and we'll cut this out of the YouTube video. One sec. I can't find it. This is his channel. Okay. I can't find his video, but that's the channel. Go see if you could find it and go from there. So,
big talking points for winter will be. What we bring into FanFest, because it's a FanFest year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, FanFest returns to
That'd be
Harpa
great.
this year.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it just before. It's the first time we've returned to Harpa since 2018, which is mind-blowing to us. I remember it like so vividly as a player. And it's going to be nice to see all the player flags hanging down.
That's a good point too, Keith. Getting a corp. Okay, a lot of people like to support alphas. They'll give you free ships. Like if you're, they want you to have a good time. More bodies is good. So if you're free to play, get in a corp that's alpha friendly. A lot of corps are. So
In Harpa and just the whole vibe that it brings.
Yeah, I can't believe it since 2018. Like we're
crazy.
Yeah.
It'll be my first FanFest.
Amazing.
Nice. Me too.
First FanFest. Are you going to be like on stage doing stuff? Are you going to be blending in the crowd?
I don't know yet, to be honest. We'll find out.
Nice. Yeah, my favorite part about FanFest here in Reykjavik is just because Reykjavik's so small, when the players come in to visit, you can notice them everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like every restaurant, every bar, just every street. You just be like, hey, is that guy talking about Eve? Yeah, I think he is. Or like, oh, I've heard that voice before. I wonder what that guy looks like. And it's so much fun.
That's great.
2018 I had the best thing, like random street, not even in downtown Reykjavik. Like an Eve player walked up to me on a Sunday, like, I'm sorry, I don't want to bother you, but are you CCP Burger?
Ooh.
And my son was with me, and he thought it was the coolest thing ever.
Dad's famous.
Believe how cool this was. He was like, there was a random foreigner that came to my dad, and he knew who it was. I was like, yep, I'm famous for one weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, my kids don't even like bother anymore. They're jaded. They're like, hey kids, I'm on the stream. Like, I guess I'll go troll you or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
True E. Blair.
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
It's the kids.
It's my kids.
Yeah.
But looking forward for the summer of 2025. Yeah. I know we were talking about like the expansions, not really just like a moment in time, but kind of like a continuum, just before there's going to be stuff, just after there's going to be stuff, kind of building on major themes.
Yep.
And I know, CCB Retarded, you were mentioning that in previous expansions, they were kind of like a lot more of laying foundations. And then this one is going to be a little bit more building on top of those foundations.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
We have, since we started the expansions, there's kind of been a through line. It's about organized goals, trying to help players organize themselves and like core projects and all that. That's kind of a big lane, and we keep investing in it. And we'll continue. We call that strategic investment. We're basically saying like this is something we think is core of the game. So we're going to invest and iterate. So we've basically gone through multiple iterations, multiple expansions on that topic. We have another lane, which is basically a lot about like sovereignty. How does sovereignty work? How do the rules of engagement work? How does dynamic security work? Like all of those things kind of are in that future of war how do people fight over things and own things. So like each expansion is chipping away at that. And now we're seeing like an iteration further on that, and primarily on top of Equinox Soft, because that, like, a lot of work went into, a lot of thought went into making it really robust, really scalable, and really allowing people to express both what they want to fight for, the resources they want to, and ultimately customize their own space, their colors, what they stand for, really. So we will continue on.
This is why it's important to hear what the devs have as a vision. And first of all, McCavity, welcome in. Can we get some 07s for McCavity showing up, enjoying the content? A Loru gaming enjoyer. Good to see you, McCavity. Welcome in, welcome in. This is why it's important to listen to what they say as what their vision is. So the overarching vision is to give players more ownership and more stuff to do, roughly speaking. I like this. And they were saying that last year was about establishing foundations, and now they're going to build upon it. And you kind of already saw that with Revenant, where we had Skyhook was added, and then they added the mercenary dens are like an addendum to the Skyhook. It's like something you could attach to it, right? Think about that. What other structures in space can we attach something to that change the area? What if it's all of them? What if the upcoming stuff is like mercenary den attached to Skyhook? What if it's like, player-owned station in HiSec, you can attach a thing to make something, attach X addendum, attach X module outside of the ship, outside of the station, to make something happen. Interesting. Think about this. Any system in Eve that's in Eve can be iterated throughout Eve. So maybe, Param, like, how about not just something that I put on my station? What about an offensive thing, right? Like we had a guy, one of the people in our community went to go farm mercenary dens. He went into an opposing nullsec alliance's area and dropped a bunch of merc dens, and then was taking the workforce, whatever generated from that, right? The clones, right? He literally did this maliciously. He went into enemy space and dropped this, and then farmed their space, their resources, corrupting them into clones instead of workforce, right? So that's interesting. What if there's more of that coming? Think about it. We'll see.
That we are going to iterate a lot on Equinox Soft this year.
We're going to iterate a lot on Equinox Soft this year. So that director's letter, we're going to pull up. I actually have a picture ready because I had this ready to go because I'm a super smart chat. We're going to pull this image up so we can just make sure we have this like ready to go. We're going to iterate a lot on Equinox Soft this year. Okay. So this is the big point. The two expansions, summer and winter, I'm calling it now, are going to be improvements and additions to Equinox. I think we're going to have at least one new ship. I'd like to see 2 new ships. We'll see. I think we'll have at least 1 new ship within those 2. We had 5 new ships last year: Cenotaph, Tholos, Squall, Torrent, Deluge. So even having 1 or 2 new ships this year would be enough, I think, just with everything else going on. I think both of these expansions are going to deal with Null still, and the ripples across space. I don't think that HiSec wormholes and all that are going to be left out, as you saw with the stuff last year when they dropped the moon drill. Originally, the moon drill was not going to be used in wormhole space, and then they changed it so yes, it can be used in wormhole space. So I don't think those areas of space are going to be neglected, but both of these expansions, I'm calling it now, are going to be about improving Equinox and sovereignty as a whole. We will see.
Listen to a lot of feedback, like what people want, dynamic resources, etc., etc. And we'll see way more. Can
I play in a solo account, or do I need dupes? Play in a solo account, Zombizzy. I think every working adult gets his or her best experience in Eve on 2 Omegas, 2 accounts. 6 characters, 2 accounts. But if you're just starting, play 1 account. Play 1 account. You don't need the extra. Get used to 1 and then go from there. You don't gotta rush into the best thing. It's a video game. Play the thing that you're enjoying. And if that's 1 account, do 1 account.
As we get closer to, we're actually in the mid of pre-production at the moment, so we don't have all the answers.
Sick.
But we're definitely 100% investing a lot in that. And then freelance projects, which we've talked about before a bit.
Yeah, and these are these are really big changes, and we realize that, you know, big changes like these, they need time to percolate, and they need time.
What were
to
we just saying?
basically
Percolate.
kind of live up to you know, what we hope they will kind of become. So we don't want to rush these things. It's better to take kind of smaller steps, really monitor, listen to feedback. You know, we're in very active conversation with the CSM and with thought leaders in the community, and basically allow it to kind of build up slowly. And we've seen this. I mean, this was very successful when we did Photon, for instance. Like, just kind of, be quite adamant about kind of forward momentum, but never jump too far ahead. And
Yeah, it's a really good, like, a really good way to kind of get the changes that are really big that you guys were mentioning. There's no way in a single expansion or patch that would be able to solve every problem, build every system. So just having things that we can build on top of is, you know, really methodical. And it's going to be exciting. I know players are going to be excited to see like what that even looks like when we build on top of things.
Mm-hmm. And it's
I like all this. Basically what I was saying before, right? They're doing a small change. They're doing with an expansion. They're doing an expansion. They're changing a couple things. Then they're updating after the dust settles. This is good. This is good. I like it. Yeah, right, Nico. You know, there's more people in every single thing, you know? We'll see. It's now. Well, let's just keep listening. I was going to talk about what's next, but I think we keep listening.
It's also great to be able to kind of go back a year or so and take a look at the feature set and, you know, how the community has actually taken these tools and how they've made these tools their own in a way. And even if we say that we're iterating on and building on foundation we've already laid, there's plenty of opportunity for innovation in there, and there's plenty of opportunity for new. It's not just tweaking numbers or, you know, changing the shade of green that we're using for something. But no, there's a lot of opportunity to build new.
There's been a lot of investment in. Also, we're learning how to use Quasar and this tech also behind the scenes, and a lot of it is also about like, okay, we did this last year, and it's almost like we need to kind of update it a little bit because we're on cutting edge of how we work with this. A lot of it is also learning about just adding content to it, like the contribution methods, for example. It sounds trivial to say like, okay, we added, like, why can't we just add more of these contribution methods? It's because of learning how to just work with them. But we're also trying to facilitate game designers to be able to like figure out the code where we can just like add 10, 20 instead of 1 or 2 a year. So we're also trying to unlock that design power. And we're like making good progress. There's a kind of, there's a lot of momentum in this.
Yeah.
And it's
So, if I'm hearing this correct, the developers are using a new system called Quasar. I'm not a coder. I don't know what the hell that means. They're using, let's call it a newer system, okay, to make the things that are the back end, the spine, the soul of Eve is the code of Eve, right? And they're doing these things, and they're trying to see how the code works to minimize bugs and all this other stuff. And the more that they make with this, if they make 1 or 2 modules with this new code, if they keep practicing this, then they'll be able to make 5 or 10. Okay, sure. Yo, you're on a beach in Peru. That is sick. Titanicus is living the best life. Change your name to Titanicus Riley because you're living the life of Riley, my friend. It's fantastic.
It's a balancing act for us too. Like, it's always about us trying to find something new that we can kind of introduce while we're trying to finish something or really take something to the next level that we started, and maybe dig into the Wayback Machine and say like, it's kind of not working. So all of these things are kind of like we're balancing at the same time.
Right, James. Right.
Nice. Yeah, it's really cool to see how this works in progress. And, you know, I think I was talking to CB Trash Panda about the mercenary dens and the mercenary tactical operations, like the little dungeons that spawn because of them. He was so excited because, like, in the future, he knows that this tech could be used for a number of things. Like, I could have someone make their own missions with this thing now. It unlocks so many future doors to look at down the future. But
yeah, and if you
what was I just saying? What was I just saying? The things in the game that are in one spot can now be used in a broader area. That's intriguing.
You look at them in like if you look at them next to corporation projects, like there's a lot of interesting overlap that starts to happen there, and this is ultimately like, I mean, we've been talking about this for years now. We're always trying to give more controls to Capsuleers. Like we want to give, you know, the power to the player and allow them to, you know, if it's customizing, you know, the visuals of their space or their ship or their structure, or, you know, build content for their members, or, you know, set an agenda for what, you know, whatever you want to do. So these are all kind of steps in that direction. Like, how can we...
You've seen a lot of improvements to corporations and corp projects recently. Now, it's not perfect, right? Maybe the alliance tools, the third-party tools are better for now. But I got to tell you, I don't love the reliance that big corporations have on these like third-party websites, right? I would love more of that to just be in the game, you know. And you already saw like something that alliances do is called SRP, is the ship replacement program. Okay, that was added into the game as something, as a feature in the game. And while it's not perfect, there's definitely some problems with it, right? It's still in the game now. I can literally, my corp can literally say, hey, if you take out X ship, you'll get SRP'd for that ship. And it's in the game. It's not just something that has to be done by hand manually, right? So it's interesting. I am seeing, yeah, Parim, you're right. I'm seeing some like interesting learnings from Eve Frontier kind of bleeding into Eve Online, or maybe both, right? Vice versa. I like that. I like, give them time. Time is on our side, y'all. Time is on our side. So, you know, they literally have their own IT teams. It's not a joke. It's real. They have an actual IT. I have our corp, our alliance, the KYBERNAUTs out in Pochven. We have our own IT team too, you know?
We give you more control.
Our man Davey.
He's
killing it.
A lot of it's actually inspired
He's doing great, champ. He's doing great.
By what they've built to exist out of the game as well. So like they're filling a need, and we're recognizing that and just kind of giving them a little bit more tools to unleash their creativity.
Yeah, we love player tools, but anytime we can look at those patterns and like find a way to just bring those things in game where it makes sense too. Like,
what did I just say?
That's always another thing that we're trying to balance is like what's a need that people are trying to fulfill outside of the game that we haven't provided yet.
Yeah, and kind of, you know, and in some way kind of lower the barrier of entry, because, you know, having to open up a third-party tool and log in and get into all the nitty-gritty and form an IT department in your corporation to fully connect things. Like, if we can create an intermediary step between you starting the game and having to do that, like, I mean, we're not,
There are some tools that come out on like Reddit, or like, I don't normally go to the Reddit chat, but I normally am like, what's a good tool for X? And sometimes they'll talk about it on Reddit, right? I don't want to just log into some third-party tool. I don't want to, you know? That's my big gripe with this game, is having so much shit open. Yeah, there it is, you know? So it's just one of the problems is there's already enough menus to read in game. Now I got to go add a game to check that out too. Now, with that being said, I did just literally, as of this video, put out our like PI tool video. So, you know, go check that out, chat. But it's sometimes I think third-party tools are good if they help. Okay, the problem with a lot of this is the third-party tools become so cumbersome that it becomes this thing that you have to do instead of something that is something that helps you, if that makes sense. So, okay, it should, as much of it should be in-game as possible. Yes.
These third-party tools are super powerful, but you know, there's a time and place, you know, for when you should jump into them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the PhD program.
Yeah, it's a PhD.
Something your core.
And inherently also a bit unfair. Like the haves and the have-nots are kind of like, you don't have it, and you're not aware that other people have them until you realize.
Yes.
And then you're like, okay.
This is a big point. Like, I used to play even, like, how'd this guy find me? How does he know where I am? I thought I was in this wormhole by myself. Like, oh, D-scan. Okay, so that was something I didn't know was in the game. I had no idea. I didn't know D-scan was a thing for years, because I didn't open up my probe menu. Okay, I didn't know. That's why we made a video about D-scan, to show people how to find it. To here's where it is, you know. But it goes beyond that to, like, you know, Dotlan and Pathfinder and all these guys that are like using these third-party tools to track in their own corp, like what the literal map of the wormhole is that day. You know, these are. I like how I forget his CCP name, but this dude is always like, he just like distills stuff and is there it is, boom. You know, like the haves and have-nots. That's a really good way to put it. There's a learning curve with what tools are good for what. So wormhole mapper, right? Exactly. It's one of the problem. It's good those things exist, but it's a problem with Eve that we have to like. Should a game be 100% solved in the game and there's no problems and you just have it easy? No, there has to be some learning and some back and forth. But should there be a huge reliance on third-party tools to play the game? No, and we're more towards that. That's not the best. Chat, my Chinese food is here right now. So enjoy. CCP Beard, I don't remember his name either. I have to remember their names, chat. I'll remember them when I go to FanFest. I have to go pick up my Chinese food, chat. It's literally at the door. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. Yes, sir. Kung Pao chicken, yes, sir. Spicy, spicy. You know? Not frozen. What's up, Mizmo? Mizmo joined stream, and I'm just a static JPEG of a video with with a chair. So what, George? We got Kung Pao chicken and General So chicken. You know, got some goodies for my birthday. My sister got me Uber Eats gift card, so I got Chinese food. Let's keep it going.
Okay, how could I even been able to catch up with others?
Yeah.
We were actually monitoring core projects based on just like tiny corporation, mid corporation, like small, like just we have like a whole monitoring suite of like just adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many sub 5 character corporations are using them, etc. and we're actively trying to make sure that like all the directors are aware that these exist, first of all, and then just trying to understand their needs. Like, what do 10-man corporations need the most? Like, is it donation centers, or like is it a different thing, or are we kind of blind and they're missing like a key component so they can start using it? But we're trying to cover our bases, and we listen to the CSM a lot, and so I think we're aiming for like full adoption of these for, I would say, mid to like up to large, and then eventually large and bigger will have third-party alliances, etc. We won't ever cover everything that big alliances are going to do, but we really want to be like keeping an eye out for the little man in this.
This is good to know that the devs aren't ignoring tiny corporations. There's a lot of Corp projects, a lot of improvements to how to interact with your fellow Capsuleer that are in your guilds, in your corporation. And it's really good to note that they actually have systems straight up to track the smaller corporations. The ones that are 5 dudes in a corp just want to have a good time, you know? So that's great.
I think what you're saying is Corp projects are awesome, and if you haven't tried them yet, you should go check
exactly.
It's always exciting to read like a story that someone will put out on like a blog or even on Twitter or something, like, oh, my corp finally built this Astra house, and we were able to do that because we had these corp projects working for it, and like everyone in different time zones were able to contribute, even though I always love those. Those were so much fun.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just to like take this for a second, like it's a very cool thing. Not a lot of games have this sort of a system in them, right? Like, I don't know if any other game really has anything this robust where you can effectively create jobs and missions for players around you to go do. It's a very deep.
It's a really good point that not a lot of games, I don't think big games have that kind of stuff, right? Where we've got, like I've talked about WoW a lot. Everything in WoW is done by the like guild meetings or like Discord or like other things, right? Like everybody go gather stuff for fire resistance potions, or everybody needs to get keyed for Karazhan, or because that's when I was playing back in the day a lot, was in BC. And now you can put that stuff in the game where you can say, hey guys, we're going after building up an Astra house. Here's the things, here's the things we need. Now you have a trackable thing in the game so you can see your progress toward it. It's not as a group. It's not just like a Discord pinned message saying, hey, we need this much more, right? It's something that's better because it's in the game. It makes the barrier of entry much less, and that's really, really cool. So, and that's true. Not everybody has to be in line at the same time, Hoot. You're totally correct. Yes.
Cool. Yeah, it is very much an Eve thing. To
right,
make other people do work for you and probably scam them in the process. Like, I can't wait for freeform contracts where people can just do a little bit more of like, hey, you should give me all of the tritanium you have, and in return I'll give you like a thumbs up.
Yeah. Now the analogy of a Merc then that's authored by a player isn't like that far off. Like freelance projects are really about reaching outside of your corporation. Like, how do you extend kind of an invitation? How do you like kind of matchmaker? So like theoretically you could as a new player be flying in high sec and come upon a mercenary den that someone deployed, but in fact the operations inside are someone's corporations just decided to drop this down and just and then you realize you're working for a player corporation and not an NPC corporation, and then you have like a handshake moment. It's kind of like an icebreaker in that sense. They're like, oh, okay, it is a player. It's not just an NPC. And then hopefully there's a recruitment that happens, because we're basically all our onboarding efforts have been around not tutorializing, but just quickening the recruitment. Just as fast as we can get you into a player corporation. Yep. That's our motto.
Yeah, so when we think forward to freelance.
So one of the goals of the Eve devs is as fastly as possible get people onto a player corporation. What do you think about the idea of I've said this a couple times. I don't think you should be put into an NPC corp at the start. I think you should be like other MMOs where you're alone. Because when you're in an NPC corp, it makes it like, well, I'm already in a corp. It kind of, to the new people, it doesn't make sense compared to other MMOs. I get that, like, maybe from a experience side, people are like, well, then they won't have corp chat. Be like, yeah, no kidding. And then when they get into corp now, it's like, now I have corp chat, you know? So I think they should say as part of the right. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. Right. This is a good idea. Maybe as part of the tutorial, they give you the option of joining the base NPC Corp with a warning, this is not owned by players. This is owned by the Empire, not a player, it's an NPC. So, right. It's crazy, Right, you could literally get nothing from it. It's just an ethereal whatever. They should literally make it not a default option when you make a new character. They should make it so that you are having no corp. Because then when you join a corp, it feels different. You're like, now I have corp chat, I have alliance chat, I have, the auth chat, whatever the heck. All of a sudden you have all these things where people are talking. I'm going to keep talking about WoW. When I'm not in a guild, everything's kind of quiet. But once you're in a guild, chat's flying. People are in other zones talking to you. You feel more connected. That's what I think they should do. So,
Science projects, really, it's a lot of it's not only about creating an ecosystem for our existing players, but like you said, kind of shifting that to the sense of building a relationship between corporations and newer players as well, and being able to help them kind of reach out and create a handshake and an introduction that helps bring new people into those corporations and into EVE and into the ecosystem in a more friendly way.
Yeah, there's no guide that we can write that's going to replace,
exactly.
A player running into another player and them being like, here's what you need to know.
No new player experience, no tutorial that will teach you.
No missions or no level 3 missions or 4. It's never going to be sustainable. We want people to just help each other complete the first 20, 30 hours together. That's the fastest possible.
And I mean, there are multiple layers to this as well. We want to get players into new Capsuleers into player corporations as soon as possible, but there are steps towards that point. And
it's a hard question to answer because it's a video game. Okay, the devs can't hold your hand. So when you're new, half the fun really is learning how to fly, how to do this, how to do XYZ. The devs can't just hold your hand and be like, this is what you do. That's where they put the onus on the other players to help the people, with the incentive being, if you help somebody, they're going to come back and help your corp and be a better pilot, and then they can help your corp being a better pilot, etc., being a better Capsuleer. So it's one of the reasons I make the guys I want to, because I'm trying to help. When I started playing EVE again, I saw that there was still this mentality of there were a lot of people gating their information. A lot of people were not giving their best information out in videos. Maybe they were giving a video out, but it was like, hey, I've been doing this for 2 years and I'm done. So here's what I learned. I research stuff. I test it for a month and then I put it out for you. I make sure that you see the stuff getting me ISK. I want to make sure that you get the goodies. So, but I don't hold your hand. And Julian, this is a good point because I know you just said that, and you are correct. There's a lot of people that are, actually it's not a lot, sorry, it's the vocal minority in my comments that are saying things like,
you forgot to do this point or that point, and what about this? What about that eventuality?
If I made a video that was covering the entire topic all the time, it would be a 7-hour video and it would get 3 views. It's not going to do well. I want to make a topic about this, and then if I give you the basics, I expect people to go out and fly their own freaking ships, get into your own trouble, and do your own testing. A good point. One of the recent videos that we just put out was about fixing your fits of the pacifier. And a lot of the comments were like, hey, this is a miss. This is not a good fit. The one you fixed is not good. The one that was as is was good, right? What's funny is the mission was still accomplished. Because even though people say I was wrong, and I probably was, if enough people say I was wrong, whatever, sure. Even though I was wrong, let's say, the discussion happened, and the viewers are the ones that won. The EVE players are the ones that actually got the value. It doesn't matter to me if I'm right in a video. I'm going to do my research and do my stuff. What matters to me is that I do my due diligence enough and then put out the information. The players will then help correct me if I'm wrong, because I will be at some point. And then the viewers are the ones who win. So in a similar way, CCP Games has this obligation, let's call it, to make the new player experience good, but they're not going to hold your hand and give you a battleship for free. That's just too much. So I think they're doing a good job on it so far.
The sooner you get into a fleet, I mean, I have to give the MPSI fleets a shout out. I mean, they do an amazing job of getting new players into fleets for the first time, and we see when they join a fleet and they have this human interaction for the first time in EVE, it's incredibly valuable. And yeah,
it's all about the social. freelance projects, even like we talk a lot about it because it's really important to us. It's kind of like the culmination. It's the like we've gone through corporation projects. That's like what happens in, and then like extending it. We need to kind of figure out the new rules. Like how do you don't just listen to the directors and can you do like approved things. This is more like an opt-in system. But from a nullsec perspective or lowsec perspective, you're also working kind of, you don't have to organize all the alliance stuff. You can just create freelance projects and your kind of affiliation corporations or kind of like loosely friend, like you can still chip into an alliance project without it being an alliance project. You could just like, here's useful stuff to do. Yeah. And everyone's just like flying around and doing stuff.
I love that. I love that so much. Because now that'll make the world feel a lot more organic, right? I don't know if this is a thing right now. I'm not sure. Can you give Corp Alliance projects to non-Alliance members? I don't think that's a thing right now, but if it is, correct me. That's really cool. Because now it's like, I'm in an area of lowsec that might be inhabited by other people that aren't in my alliance. And I say, look, I want a 10 billion isogen. No, sir, thank you. Thank you. Let's say I want 10 billion isogen, whatever, pieces of isogen. And I put up like a Corp project for like, hey, give me this. I'll pay you like under JITA prices, but you'll not have to haul it. And I keep seeing this guy keep giving me isogen. And it's like, and I might DM him and be like, hey man, thanks for all the isogen. Just curious. You know, I keep seeing your name pop up. It's like every couple days. You're probably mining when I'm offline. I never see you. Do you want to join our alliance? That's another way to outreach. It's another way to find people, and it gives players another goal without having to have such a, I'm in an alliance, I'm not in an alliance. Maybe you're just testing out an area and you don't know how the guys are, and you want to see what's up. It's just another option to let there be organic play styles, right? So I like that that's a thing, and that's becoming more of a thing. So, you know, that would be cool if Corps had their own loyalty points. That would be sick. Now we're getting into like what eFrontier is going to solve, I think, with their own currencies. That's kind of what they were saying. We've talked about eFrontier. Let's talk about EVE Online.
Really powerful that.
And it also helps a lot with the freelancer fantasy, like being able to just, fly around doing random jobs for random corporations without you having to be a part of them. And it's way cooler doing stuff for player corporations
or CCP authoring them.
Yeah, or us authoring them, yeah.
And I mean, as a newer player, like just being able to log in and like look at work I can do for other people, that makes me feel like I'm contributing to something meaningful is also...
You can make them an EVE, but can you get corporation loyalty points if you're not in the corporation? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So, what do I think of them, Davencio? I think they're good.
Really powerful.
Yeah, you might not be in that big battle, but hey, I remember that I recognize that name.
Yeah.
They had built Stiletto.
Exactly.
Oh, that Stiletto got tackled. Like, you can kind of trace it back.
Yeah.
All the way to you.
Yeah. And also, these projects, I mean, they self-balance because they are not generating new ISK into the ecosystem. It's just movement of ISK that already exists. So it doesn't really matter if a corporation decides to pay, 1 trillion per unit or 1 ISK per unit. Like, that's just down to the players if they want to participate or not. But if an NPC project pays 1 trillion, like, the balance of the universe will shift.
It'll definitely affect the MU.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. If they add a mission that's repeatable NPC mission that gives billions of ISK, screws trillions, even billions of ISK, that's going to get abused. It's going to get camped. There's no way to like regulate something like that because it's just too big. Dead sites right now have that's even tens of millions. And those are camped. Those are PvP'd. If they make it so that the players are giving out the quests, the contracts, the things, then it ends up being that the players are the ones moving the ISK around, and there's a base of ISK generation, but the players are the ones dictating where that ISK goes. So if there's a NPC quest that gives 100 billion ISK and it's repeatable, then that ISK is just hitting the market every single time somebody completes it. So it's being created. This will cause some inflation, I think is what they're trying to get at, right? Versus if a corporation says, hey, I want 1 million trit, it's not, the trit isn't coming from nowhere. The trit's coming from another player, right? So the ISK is just moving around, and you have a healthier economy if the players are the ones dictating where the ISK goes and is made into, not like, if you want to, here's how it sounds like. If you want to just play a factory simulator where you put in time and you get more money, just go play Satisfactory, or just go play any of those other games where you like can build, like any single player game, even No Man's Sky, right? Even No Man's Sky is something similar. But if you want to play a game that's like got organic player interactions, that's kind of what they're really going for as an ethos, as a core. I like this.
It's a great point.
Yeah. Okay, but looking a little bit more deeper at 2025, we got the 2 expansions that you were chatting about. We also have some events that players can kind of look forward to expecting. CCP Okami, you were kind of talking about Capsuleer Day a little bit before. Tell me a little bit about any tips or tricks or hints.
Well, so I think Capsuleer Day has become a staple for us now. Like, we're seeing it happen pretty regularly, and you can expect it again this year. But there's going to be some differences. I don't want to really spoil what those are at this point, but we're looking at making some updates to it, and maybe integrating it into parts of what Revenant is in some ways.
Okay.
So we've been talking a lot.
So this is good. There's been a lot of complaints about how Crimson Harvest and Winter Nexus are the same every single time. Capsuleer Day is similar, where these are like yearly events, seasonal events, right? And there's been some complaints that these are solved, that they're not a lot of fun because it's just another grind for Skinner stuff, which is good. I actually like that they're doing for Skinner parts now, because then you can do it and you're rewarded if you get to the end with like a really nice Skinner thing. But it sounds like Capsuleer Day is going to be something slightly different than what it has been in the past. Okay, interesting. We'll have to see what that means. I like that they're kind of shifting it a little bit. We'll see what that becomes.
A lot about what like players have been up to, but the New Eden has been doing some stuff as well. Like if people haven't been paying too much attention, CZ Burger, what's been going on? What have the Drifters been up to? What's the Deathless doing?
Yeah, there's been some quite a lot of activity from in 2024, and it's been interesting to follow, especially what Mr. Deathless has been up to, and he's been wreaking havoc as he claimed that he would do, and been very active in developing a new type of war clones, the Vanguard war clones, and those they've actually been testing that technology. It's reported that they've been testing that technology and on the surfaces of planets in New Eden, and in some cases actually shifting the balance of power with contributing to insurgencies, and so that's been very exciting. That has also kind of kicked an old.
I want you to see that we're talking about Vanguard. Okay, we're talking about Vanguard, and this is good. I think that Vanguard success is EVE Online success, especially when they're marrying these two together. I can tell you that they already have a base of Dust 514 and 5, whatever you want to call it, 514. It failed. We talked about that at length. I think Vanguard's going to be good. If it's not, we're going to talk about it, right? I think if you want EVE Online to be successful, you need Vanguard to be successful. And I'm not saying if you don't like FPSs to play Vanguard. I'm saying that what I think they're going to do is heavily incentivize EVE players to find their buddies that play FPS games and go, dude, can you play Vanguard for us? Like, you know, we need you to go on planet and go rescue some stuff and get some stuff for our Corp. I think they're going to make it more integral to EVE. They've said that you're not going to have to play Vanguard if you play EVE, but it's going to be something that you're going to be aware of. Interesting how they're going to get that done. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Now, this was basically a lore update. We'll see what that means.
Old enemy back into gear. So we saw the Drifters take quite an offense to the Deathless late last year, and they managed to be. Yeah, the Deathless managed to kind of kick them out of Sarsak.
With the help of the Capsuleers.
With the help of the Capsuleers, and but I think it's quite obvious that they haven't said the last word. Yeah.
Well, I think some cool things we've learned a little bit for the lore nerds who have been digging more about the identity of the Deathless in this expansion in Revenant, and with speaking of Zarzak. the Deathless were sitting on top of some interesting technology that they weren't even aware of until Revenant kicked off, which was the Warden. So the structure that's appeared there, where you can go kind of trade in your infomorphs for mercenary dens and other Deathless ships and rewards like that. So this is
We know who the Deathless is. It's some big bad guy, but do we know who the heck he is? I have no idea.
clearly built a tension between the Drifters and the Deathless that continues to perpetuate not only throughout the sort of build-up and sort of inception of Revenant, but throughout. And so I hope that very soon you might see a little bit more of that coming as well.
But it's I mean, there must be a reason why.
Are we going to get a Drifter faction that we can interact with? God, I hope not. My standings for the Drifters are terrible. Terrible. We'll see about it. We'll see about it, you know.
Why the Drifters are interested in this in Sarsak, and I think it's quite obvious that we've only scratched the surface of what Sarsak can bring to the table.
I think that while the tension and the conflict is very visible, sort of the kind of underlying mystery of it is yet to unfold.
Nice. Well, hopefully we can learn a little bit more about that. And yeah, we shared a lot about Capsuleer Day, Crimson Harvest, Winter Nexus, but there are kind of like these events that pop out that are related to the story a little bit where people can get involved. So we really should kind of just keep an eye out for that.
A little lore update, nothing crazy. We'll just keep it going. So nice, dude. Yo, good job killing some stuff with one of our Stratios fits. Nice job. Nice job. So yo, thanks, JK. Appreciate it.
Maybe
Thanks for killing it.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe you can help
Welcome
write
back
the
after
story
10
of,
years.
you know, what the Deathless are going to get up to, or maybe you'll be supporting the
Welcome back.
Drifters. I know we can never figure out what players are going to do. We've given up trying to like.
What he just said, listen, Chant, they're talking about this. Are we going to end up supporting the Drifters or supporting the Deathless? I think you're going to end up having ways to support whatever faction you want. God, I don't know about that, dude. I don't know. We'll have to see.
To understand what they'll do. I just like say anything can
Let
happen.
go.
Yeah.
We can have another Potchfin, right? We can have another Potchfin for the Drifters. We can have another Potchfin for the Deathless, where like more systems get claimed by the Deathless and are like moved into his area. I think that'd be interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know.
But yeah, between now and the summer, there's also a couple things that we're kind of keeping an eye on very actively. Projection, of course, is one of those topics. Last year, we chatted a lot about projection, made a few changes. You know, Equinox saw the number of Anzaplex jump bridges be reduced just by virtue of how they are. Zarzak, the gate polarization that the Deathless put into place, made that less of a super highway and more of just like a place where you can go and then hop to the front lines.
That was a big change. It was a big change. When Zarzak came out, people very correctly were like, oh, this is like one of the best ways to get to Nullsec now. So people were just going there. There was so much traffic going in and out just as a highway. And then they changed the gates, so now it's not as much. You can still use it for that, roughly speaking. But now, as Swift says, it's not just like you will go there now, you know, so. Okay.
But, you know, kind of, what do we have in plan for projection in the future?
Yeah, so I mean, maybe we can start talking about what healthy projection looks like first, and then how we want to get there. I think for us, healthy projection is really about looking at player mobility, Capsuleer mobility in the game as a whole, and saying like there's a concept of local traversal. So I can travel within my, owned sov space, do the work, do the regular things I like to do. But when it comes to bigger battles and response times, that sort of like feeling of a super highway where I can just get to the other side of the galaxy right now feels it's a little bit too easy to do that. It's too easy to be responsive.
Oh,
and so that really creates.
Sounds like, let me translate in the nomenclature. Sounds like we're going to get either a nerf to filaments or a nerf to sinos in the coming time. Sinoing, if he says it feels too easy to respond to something far away, that's sinos, dude. And filamenting is part of that too. Right now, you can pop a filament, you end up at some random nullsec spot, right? I think that's necessary. I think that's something that lets null be more vibrant, is these filaments that it's not just the fights are happening on the borders. You're not totally safe if your 15 jumps in with your Rorqual and Hulks. You always have to have some kind of net of protection. I think that's good. Nerf to Ansiblexes? Maybe. I know they nerfed Ansiblexes. Maybe they're going to nerf Sinos more. You might say, please, no more Sino nerfs. We'll see. I'm not sure if that's what they're saying, but I'm saying they're just saying, hey, they want, it sounds like they want more onus on the local support. You be able to like support what's around you easier and then have responses be less instant. You're not going to not be able to respond, but what they might be going for is less instant responses, right? Like, oh, we see people over there. Pop, we have a Sino. Yep, pop a Sino. Hey, we're 12, whatever the hell, 10 light years away. What's the Black Ops range? Is it 3? Is it 3 AU? I don't remember. I think it's like low. Point is, maybe that's what they're gonna do. So, Pliers, why are you not fighting wars in Null? CCP devs. Hey, we know you're not fighting wars. Now let's limit your movement more. Maybe, Syncline. Maybe. Is it 8 AU? Thank you. So, it's interesting to see. That will hurt Losec guys. Maybe. Let me put it to you this way. Do I think there's a problem with defending your local area? I don't think so. I think that when they talk about projection, they're talking about what I think it means. How much force does, correct Bada, thank you. How much force does one player or a group of players have? So if I have 5 accounts and I'm Sinoed in and I can let everybody go, my net is much wider. My alliance, if they have Sino alts every 3 jumps, our net is wider, right? We can respond very quickly to stuff. We'll see how they're going to try to fix that. So, oh, dude, Devin, I love it. Let's keep seeing what he says.
It's a sense of like too high risk for people to want to mobilize and other things. So we really want to look at that sort of.
Let me rewind that.
Made that less of a super highway and more just like.
Is really about looking at player mobility, Capsuleer mobility in the game as a whole, and saying like there's a concept of local traversal. So I can travel within my owned sov space, do the work, do the regular things I like to do. But when it comes to bigger battles and response times, that sort of like feeling of a super highway where I can just get to the other side of the galaxy right now feels it's a little bit too easy to do that. It's too easy to be responsive. And so that really creates a sense of like too high risk for people to want to mobilize and other things. So we really want to look at that.
It creates a sense of it being too high risk for people to want to attack. Okay, to mobilize, because he's saying the responsiveness. Hey, there's a fleet. Pop, get him in. Boom, done. So it might be the Ansiblex, yeah. It might be Syncline. It might be. Yeah, I listening to y'all talk, I think they might be talking about the Ansiblexes, yes. So I'm not sure, Yuri. I don't know a lot about home fronts, actually. It's one of the things I haven't looked into. They're great, but I'm not sure about them. So I think, regardless of the change we see, what they're going to try to do is make it so you incentivize attacking. So right now, defending feels strong. I think that's what he's saying. A little too strong. So much so that people are de-incentivized to attack. So the pendulum is kind of swinging too much to the defenders. So what they're looking at is a way to swing it back a little bit towards the attackers. I do think the defenders should have the priority. They should have 55% in, let's call it, most cases, right? Because the defenders have worked to own the space. They should, against other players, they should have more tools, whatever. The attackers, though, should not be like straight up like, yeah, I'm just not going to do it because they're just going to, it's just too easy. So it's interesting. It's interesting.
Sort of long range projection and sort of make the healthier sort of shorter term home space traversal still feel accessible to people. So that I think that's what we're working towards in terms of healthy projection.
How do you make short jumps more accessible without making these long frickin' very easy to respond to, it's far away, but it's easy to respond to things. So it sounds like they're going to be nerfing in the coming months, in the summer expansion probably, longer projection tools, whatever that is, whether it's Ansiblexes or filaments or Sinos, whatever, we'll see. But they're going to make it easier, maybe not easier, but make it more accessible for short to medium responses. This, I think, is a... I don't know exactly what projections mean, Wolf. I think what they mean by projections are how much power does a small fleet / a player have. If the net that small fleet has is 20 jumps with whatever tools they have, I think that's too much, maybe, is like what they're saying. But if it's like, we have 5 jumps, okay, then now we need another fleet over there, another fleet over there. We'll see. We'll see. It's interesting. It's interesting. So, well, this is what I'm saying, Syncline, is no one attacks now. So they're just limiting projection will reduce the desire to attack more. No, I don't think so. And I think what they're saying is right now the power is solely in the defenders because they can respond so fast. So they want to add some way to incentivize attackers. How that is, I don't know. You know, we'll have to see. So it's just something that we'll have to see what the devs do. So
this really isn't a problem that you just take a hammer to, though.
Right? Yeah.
I've learned.
Got to be subtle. Got to be subtle.
When it comes to trying to solve this one, it's something that we have to take small steps towards. So we're constantly doing that. We're constantly looking at things like who can travel through gates. In the future, maybe types of gates that you can have, different styles. The position.
Types of gates. Again, we're seeing E-Frontier kind of bleed in, huh? What if in Null Sav you could restrict a gate to subcaps? Now you might say people don't jump their capitals through stuff. Dude, if you're attacking, maybe that's what you do. What if they can make a force field bubble? Go with me here, chat. Okay, just follow my rabbit hole. That stops people from signing into certain areas for a certain amount of time, right? You know, but then you can't restrict your gate. Something like that, you know. It's they want to change gate types. Maybe. We'll see if what that does. Like imagine you're in a system where only cruisers can get in. Right? You have to bring big cruisers. Maybe. We'll see.
Of gates and where they're at and how that impacts the overall travel time. And so I think you can expect to see some of those changes kind of coming up in the near future as we iterate towards solving this, this sticky, tangly problem.
That would be that is a sticky, tangly problem. That would be very incredible, I think. I don't know really what to think about that. I'm going to have to see how that's implemented because instead of me talking about what I think it'll be, if how gates function are a core part of Eve, one of the most different, there's 2 different gates. There's the gates in Pochfin, which require reputation to get through, and there's wormholes. Wormholes are a gate, technically. So if we have wormholes are limited in when they are opened, but also what can go through depending on what's on the other side. So maybe they're taking those learnings and they're going to like do that in nullsec maybe. Maybe you like find a solar system near your nullsec system, but it's only gotten there through a new gate type that only lets in cruisers because of the crystal that you use in the charger. Something like that. I don't know. It's interesting. That would be a cool way to expand Eve. We'll have to see how that goes.
Without
got my gears turning, chat.
Making it worse for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Like the right sacrifices. So like the economics of the old fuel and ISK basically, or like almost reduced to ISK, isn't enough to balance a system like this. So that's where workforce and those planetary resources come into play, where we can actually play with like, okay, if you want that kind of mobility, you're going to have to cough up a lot of like resources to do so.
All right. Okay, now we're kind of getting down to what they're actually thinking. It sounds like what they're doing. If I was a betting man, and I'm normally not, okay, they're going to make the quick response ability of the Ansiplex, of the long range Sino, whatever you want to call it, something that only corps that have access to skyhooks can do reliably, making it you have to be the big alliance in order to have access to the best responses, the best response fleets, the longest range response fleets, okay? If you're a little corp and you're an NPC null and you only have one skyhook, you're not going to be able to do as much, maybe with some kind of Ansiblex that's like skyhook powered, you know, because what he was just saying is that they're trying to make it so that, let me just rewind it so I can get his exact verbiage because it was very specific.
Mm-hmm. Like the right sacrifices. So like the economics of the old fuel and ISK basically, or like almost reduced to ISK, isn't enough to balance a system like this. So that's where workforce and those planetary resources come into play, where we can actually play with like, okay, if you want that kind of mobility, you're going to have to.
Right. If you want that kind of mobility, you have to do a thing that gathers resources that is only from null. So if you want that kind of mobility, whatever they mean by that, you have to have a skyhook, at least in this case, and generate resources that are only really gotten in null en masse. I know it's other places, yeah, but you know, whatever. So they're making it so instead of let's make travel more expensive, let's make longer travel. You need to be established in an endgame area that generates it, making longer range travel exclusive to bigger alliances that are established in the endgame areas. I like that. Again, we'll have to see how it shakes up or out, but I like it.
Cough up a lot of like resources to do so. And we've been testing those things with the metanoxes, for example, just like tuning a little bit.
Might be a buff, bleeding.
And this and here. So
Might be a
we
buff.
are taking baby steps, probably frustratingly small baby steps at the moment. Like
Gotta do it.
certainly for me, like I've been hoping to kind of get more traction on this. This has been an ongoing concern for a pretty long time.
Sure.
But you know, smaller steps are better, and we have been kind of trimming, and we'll continue to trim. Probably it's going to be, it's mostly about trimming projection at the moment, until we find the right balance.
Mostly about nerfing what's already in the game right now, until we find the right balance.
And stuff like. But if you want to, more, it's going to cost this. And
Okay, so what I think they're going to do in the coming years, they're going to nerf whatever they're thinking of nerfing, so that longer range response fleets are more expensive, not in ISK, but in T2PI Skyhook is what I call the stuff from Skyhook. Workforce, magmatic gas, all that stuff. They're going to make it more expensive so that you have to have a Skyhook. Skyhooks are not just about the ISK to make a Skyhook. Once your Skyhook is up, you can get, I think we said Dread is the max level NPCs that come in. I thought there was Titan NPCs that come in here too, right? Reagents. Thank you, Syncline. Thank you. You have to use reagents. I got to tell you, I like this idea, because what this idea of if you live and have sovereignty in a certain area of space, so you can do bigger, better things, that idea is really awesome. I would love them to kind of get this right with null, and then move it out to wormhole space, and then move it out to Pochfin. There's got to be a way to make like Pochfin specific, you know, red light plasma, whatever, wormholes. You know, that one wormhole we were in the other day that has a literal black hole, be like black hole antimatter that we gather out of that sun, and then that's for wormhole specific stuff. So maybe the like null buffs, maybe the null things you can do are the people with reagents are better at longer range responses. Maybe the wormhole stuff you can get is you can use materials, you can use this antimatter in this case to keep the wormhole open for longer. Instead of it closing in 2 days, you can keep it open for like a week, and then you can keep that highway going, but you have to pay wormhole generated mats to do that. I'm just spitballing. Then maybe in Pochfin, it's like, okay, you want to have like more sleepers, more combat nodes spawn. You have to work with the Triglavians and give them more items so that they find more stuff in the subsystem in this like atomic world that kind of comes out into our world. But you have to gather it in Pochfin, and it gets stuff in Pochfin, because this school of thinking is like, we're going to be in null, get stuff that's only in null to be able to do null better. I don't know if that's what's happening. I think this is just, I'm extrapolating out this to like, 10 years in the freaking future when this is like a thing. So, interesting.
It's
You're
like
gonna have to trade these things.
space topiary.
Yes, there's a little bit of. So I think that's healthy, and I feel that the community and the CSM are kind of all in agreement. It was too much. We need to cut it a bit down until we're kind of in a better place.
But I think we recognize
Sure.
that it's a thing that we work on.
100%.
Yeah.
And every time we take an iteration, every time we release we're looking at taking a step towards making it better.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I mean, we're not trying to lie to ourselves that there's a silver bullet to solve it. It will be solved through work and iterations.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to hear from you guys what you think.
So intriguing, chat. Oh my God, there's still a half hour left. I don't know if we're getting through this. I think we might pause here. I'll put it to y'all. I'll put it to y'all. What do you think we should do? I'll put it on Twitch because it's the easiest one that we can get a poll in. Should we do the rest of this? I'll talk to y'all about that. Let me get a poll going 1 sec. New poll. Okay, you got 1 minute, chat. It's up in Twitch. Polls up on Twitch. Let's see about it. So, polls up on Twitch. You can vote and see what's up. Question in chat: did you talk about the Markee Dragon packs that are out? I did talk about it at the start of the stream. Are they worth it? The short answer is I think they're just barely worth it. I wouldn't. This is not like the last pack they had where I was like, oh my God, guys, you have to get it because it's such a good deal. It's like hilariously so. This is the Lunar New Year pack. There's two of them. There's the $20 one and the $53 one. Look, this one has Omega. This one doesn't. This one has more Plex. You're getting your money's worth. You are, but it's just like barely so, you know? So I don't like fully recommend it. Get it if you want the skins and if you want the good stuff. And always you can use my code. That's code LORU to get it for cheaper. You get it for cheaper and I get a cut as well. So if we come in here and I do one of these, we can see if I type in LORU, you'll see this discount thing pop up. I know it's not a lot of money, but you get the same items you're already buying for cheaper. So definitely go check that out. Use it for Omega, skill points, whatever, to get all your items for cheaper. Thank you very much for the hundreds of you that use it. Really appreciate that. Literally hundreds of you used it last time, so. Yo. Oh no. What have you done? That's what I get for trusting Twitch chat. So if do I get a vote?
A good system.
We continue.
And kind of what we're working towards, rather than like, oh, we're gonna do this one thing, and then in 5 years we'll look at it again. Like, no, we got to get there. It's gonna take a while. Yeah. Another thing that players, if you've checked out the MER or you're like anywhere where people discuss the economy, one thing that players are kind of concerned about that you guys also look at pretty regularly is things like the mineral price index,
Here we go.
the cost of Plex, the state of the economy in general in terms of sinks and faucets. Like, what does that kind of look like for your day to day?
Great
Good place
question.
to start, maybe I'm gonna get a little philosophical here, and then we can get into the practicals. Of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
The challenge we have with balancing a game like Eve is that Eve is both a simulation and a game, right? And so I think when you're simulating a robust economy like this, part of what you want to do is to preserve that simulation. So if something starts to grow or spike, you need to rely on the fact that there is this robust player-driven economy that can self-balance. However, it's also a game. And at some point you have to look at like, well, is this actually good or fun or interesting, or is it making people frustrated and driving them away? And so there's this careful balance that we always take as we're seeing these things happen, about not just taking a big swing and a big axe and just like having something or doubling something and saying like, well, what is the real impact of this and what's the real solution? Because sometimes
I got to pause there because I have a big message for Eve players. I know that there's a movement right now. We talked about it before. Make mining great again. MMGA. Saw it. Mining prices are big. They're up. Why is it CCP Games' job to solve that? Why is it the devs' job to solve higher mining prices? Shouldn't this be up to the Null Corps and the Wormhole Corps? You saw the MER. You and I saw that the most ore that is mined by a lot is in nullsec. That it's then I think it was highsec, I think. So if we're talking about how to fix ore prices, how can we as the players go in and solve how to fix ore prices? So, and a lot of people are saying this, Inclined, you're right, because the changes they made are causing a lot of upward swings. Is it because the systems are bad that they changed? Or is it because the systems are just a change that we have to let time correct? I don't know. I don't know this answer, you know? And I don't think any one of us have this answer because it requires you to really have a very macro view of what's going on because they're already manipulating it by restricting where the ores are. Well, they're not. I know you're talking about the new nullsec spots, but I don't know if that's manipulating things. I think it's just a change. Literally took out a massive amount of merc from the game. There it is. Less ore. No more giant sites. Oh, there is no more giant sites. You're right. It's the capitalist. I don't think it's the capitalist. Here's what I'll say. I'm unsure if the... Oh, you mean they or CCP Games? That's another conversation. I'm unsure if the ore prices being so high are because we have to find a new way to adapt, or if it's just not a good change. I hear a lot of people in Null saying, like, look, they removed the giant sites, they made it harder to do, blah, blah, blah. They made ore harder to get. Sure. Maybe we should tweak stuff. Maybe we should add back in giant sites. But we've only had a couple months, right? We've only had a couple months, so I just don't know what's going on with that. So CCP changed the system, so they need to be at least willing to do some adjusting for long-term health. And I think that's what they're talking about, just to be very clear. You know, we've heard a lot of this has been slow-moving, baby steps, updates. You know, they're going to change some things. So the CSM Summit is happening this week, and probably right now while I'm talking, okay, as of the recording of this video. So I think they're going to address this full speed ahead. I agree that the recent removal of certain sites are, of course, going to have a market impact. But why did they remove it? My understanding, they removed the giant sites because it made Null, like, way too, like, now the only place to mine is Null, basically, because you have these giant asteroid belts that are made for Rourke walls and stuff like that. But then what's the point of a Rourke wall, right? Like, why even fly a Rourke? Why is it even in the game if there isn't a massive freaking, you know, asteroid belt to just munch on with all of your other hulks, right? It's something to be discussed about, and this is why I don't want to be a CSM, because there's so many macro things to consider, and I don't have all the facts, and I don't know what the right thing to do is. I'm simply posing the question for y'all, for the people in chat, and feel free to comment on the YouTube video as well. What I think should be done is a small change from CCP Games, and it sounds like that's what they're trying to do. And then we see what happens. You know, Q1, they said they're doing Revenant updates. Okay, well, let's see them update a couple things and see what changes with the ore prices. You know, what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't, since, as the man says, as CCP Awesome Beard says, and I'm not saying that disparagingly, dude has a freaking sick beard. I don't think it's CCP Games' job to, like, well, there's
high ore prices. They better do something to change the ore prices.
I agree that the reason there's high ore prices now are because they made some changes that made the ore prices go up. So maybe they should tweak it to help it go back down. But I don't want to just default to, they made a change, it's their fault, they have to fix it. Even if that is the best way to do it, I'd rather slow roll a fix and let the players try to see if we can solve it ourselves. Because at the end of the day, it is a video game, and there's going to be nerfs and balances, and at least CCP Games is like trying to fix things that might be broken. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting. It's interesting. CCP plays a big role in prices. Ubiquitous gas crash, I had 99% after the update, and it killed people doing low sec ND. That is true. That sucked. I'll be honest with you. I didn't like that change. When I saw that change, I was like, oh my God, they're making this so much easier. When I saw the gas plummet, I was like, oh no. Like Myco Saracen used to be like gold. You would find it and be like, oh my God, Myco Saracen. I got some Myco. It'd be like, oh, I found some Myco. Oh my God. You would get like all your prospects and like try to get it. Now it's like, I found some Myco. Yeah. All right. Well, you know, it like doesn't matter anymore. Right. So I agree that there's some problems. You're never going to have it be perfect. What I'm trying to propose to you is keep giving your feedback in a productive way to the CSMs and to the devs. Because what we're seeing, the theme of this director's letter be slow changes over time that they reserve the rights to edit and shift, trim, add to as needed based on what the core ethos is, right? So I agree with the sentiments that there needs to be some update to mining right now. Totally agree. So if someone says like, you know,
Loru shields for CCP Games.
You know, I get these comments like at 1 in 10 comments, and you know, let the vocal minority be who they are. I think that there needs to be some kind of change based on what y'all are saying in the stream today from the devs. I also think that we have to do our part to try to solve the puzzle that the devs put for us. Because if the puzzle is hard and it impacts stuff, all the more great it's going to be on the other side when somebody figures out how to do this right and how to, like, you know, find a way to get their ship's production under, you know, all this other stuff when the market bounces back, right? So I do think that CCP Games should have some kind of small change, though, because, yes, the recent mining changes have been a pain point. So makes sense. So
Sometimes it's not just changing a number. Sometimes it's taking the time to make more content around that thing.
And this is a really good point, Syncline. Even if it is a ball drop, I trust that the devs are going to be able to look at this and edit it as needed while still letting the players find fixes for what's in there. Because you might say it's a ball drop. Sounds like a bigger problem for us to solve, for us to be able to, like, figure out, because every problem is just an opportunity, right? If Merc is really high in price and defending the sites are really hard because there's not a lot of it, no, whatever, where else can we get Merc? How else can we go figure out where Merc is? And, you know, there's Merc in Pochvin, right? Like, get more fights out in Pochvin, which gives more content to Pochvin, which makes more defense. And all of a sudden we're playing in Pochvin more. This is kind of what I'm talking about is, you know, this is exactly what I'm saying. I don't think there's one silver bullet, as they've said. I think they should change some stuff, but I also think the conversation on Reddit and these other places where there's just a lot of vocal, very yelling doomers is they think it's only CCP Games' job to solve this. I think no matter what happens, it's also the player's job, maybe more so in this case, maybe, to solve the puzzle and figure out how we can really do this. Can you imagine if one of the big alliances figures out how to get a system down to make their ships better and to deal with, call it the Mercox shortage, the Mercox, I can't pronounce the word, with a Merc shortage, they'll win. Maybe that's a thing. If it isn't, if it's not possible to solve the puzzle, now we need to do this.
So definitely, like on a day-to-day
good conversation,
basis, like we're looking at the you know, the MER as often as it comes out. You know, we're always in DMs together, chatting about it. It's a real thing, and just trying to figure out, discussing with the CSM too and you, what the real solutions are.
And right, if all the Merc is gone, then add a side in, add it back. That's it.
To some of these challenges.
Yeah, just identifying this. Is it an issue? Noise isn't an issue, but noise can be definitely an issue. And I think we could go back in time and kind of talk about things that we were trying to address, for example, isogen or cost of battle shifts, etc. So there have been movements behind the scenes of, like, okay, we have targets, so we're trying to kind of at least facilitate these things. We don't have like a battleships must cost X. Like, we don't have those kinds of things, but we kind of are thinking, like, what's the healthy like threshold? When do people become frustrated because it is a game versus like whatever, like battleships are 1 trillion. Like, the market will solve itself. We don't want that. We want to have, like, there are design philosophies and principles where we're like, yeah, but we also just want to have fun in battleships or dreads. So we are always looking out for a thing. We are keeping an eye out for mineral prices right now, but we're also looking at the CPI and thinking, okay, there's a discrepancy between those. What does that mean? Reality. Isogen has been dropping. More fight is going up.
Yep.
Sure. Is it a short-term, mid-term, long-term thing? We have to see.
Okay.
Is it a real problem? Is it stopping things that people really want to do, like capital construction? So we're basically sensing this.
They're looking at it.
We're looking at data every day, not just the MER, and we're debating these and, like, is there something missing? Is there a hidden cost? Whatever. So
and looking for those right solutions.
Yes, we just not pumping something in just for the sake of it. So we are monitoring 100%, and we're debating it all day long. And we are also have been iterating more than we have been in the last couple of years, the last couple of months, I think.
Yep.
Just before the expansion, we were dropping, like, both economic changes for Pochven, for wormholes before that.
Yep.
Changes in anomalies, distributions.
Been a lot of changes.
Rates, cooldowns, like all of these things are kind of being, like, we're using the tools. we're using what we have, and I think we'll just continue doing that.
Yeah, that's
It's a really good point. So I just want to make it clear that, like, at the end of the day, we're talking about a video game, right? That we all know and love. So the video game needs to be fun. So if the devs make changes that makes the game less fun, we're going to call that out. But it is the habit of the doomers on Reddit and various places to say that, you know, everything is terrible all the time, no matter the changes. So I'd like the conversation to be less, they must fix it every single time, blah, blah, blah. We've already said that I think they should fix something with this because, right, they straight up sounds like they removed the more fight. Price went up. Yeah, no kidding. You know, so maybe we add something back in. I'd like the default to be like, okay, everybody else is saying more fight's very expensive. If it's very expensive, how do I go get some more fight? You know, instead of like, they should change it. Does that make sense? So it's interesting. So you're right, AI. You are correct. People do feel entitled. And we have to make sure that we're like, hey, how can I do something? It's not just a, hey, they can do something for me. So new player, been playing other space games, and mining Elite Dangerous is very engaging and active and rewarding. And even it's like watching paint dry. There it is. Then don't mine. Some people love mining. It feels like an RTS. It's something you can do. You get multiple accounts, get a bunch of ships. You don't have to you don't have to do something, you know, the way that everyone else does it. You can do it how you want to do it. I have to play Elite Dangerous, chat. Maybe I should add that to the list. You know what I'm saying? So
that's been a
we'll
huge
see.
shift in the way we think about things and kind of approach them. Is not necessarily just waiting for those.
Do I think people in null should be self-sufficient? I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know that, Davencio. That might be the only question. Should the people in nullsec that are far from the security space of highsec, should they be self-sufficient? I don't know. Yes, some people like mining. It's not, you don't have to do every activity in the game. It's a video game, right? If you like how Elite Dangerous does it, then do that. So I don't know. That's a really good question. I would probably say not self-sufficient, but gun to my head, I'll probably say not self-sufficient. But if it's like, what is your actual stance? Yeah, I just don't know because I don't know enough about the macro. So, you know. We'll see.
Expansion beats, but just making sure that we're constantly dripping in
there you go,
and tending to things that need to be tended to. And I feel like it's been a really good strategy for us as a game, and I think that, like, I hope everybody feels it too. And we just want to kind of continue that sort of cadence and flow of just building a reliable and stable sort of cadence of smaller changes to the game that you guys can just feel and maybe impact not just the main focus area of, like, let's say we're working on Salve, but you can notice something in Pashvan or in the wormholes or something too.
But it's a lot about defining what the problem is that we're trying to solve, rather than just doing random stuff. You know, it's easy to get like 1,000 ideas, but you know, it can be really challenging to kind of break down the issue at hand and finding what the core of the problems are.
These are not simple problems.
Where we've been spending a lot of time.
Yeah, and you guys were actually just kind of touching on this a little bit. Like, you know, in some games you have like an expansion moment, and then like you don't hear anything for 6 months, then there's another one. You guys were kind of talking about like doing stuff between expansions, like how it's a bit more of a continuum than just like this fixed point in time. What does like an expansion mean for EVE Online?
Great question.
Well, there's been, I think, a little shift over the past year as well.
Yup.
And how we're thinking about expansions. It's not just being that moment in time, like you said. I think in the past we've tended to build up, and you've seen that in both like terms of narrative and events and things happening in the game. And then the lights come on, and there's a bunch of new content and features, and then we wait until the next one. And maybe there's some events like Capsuleers Gate in between. But the way we're really thinking about expansions now is it's a period in time. It's from like one point to the next point, and then the next expansion starts. So all those releases that you're getting, all the little tuning updates and all those sort of narrative beats and moments, they're all part of the expansion now. We're really thinking of creating a build up to that moment where we turn the lights on and we release new features, new ships, new things like that. And then little beats along the way that kind of keep you enticed and involved in a story, and participating in how the universe might unfold and change, and even how some of the future expansions might even happen as well. So
Sure.
really, it's a full duration and not just that point is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, we were talking about that at the start of the stream when we were talking about how they're doing the various expansions. It's not so much an expansion as more of like it's a point in time and now there's some new stuff to do. It's not an expansion. It's more like, hey, there's some things. And yeah, it's like here's a bunch of stuff we've been building towards. There's been more content added to EVE in the last 2 years than there has been probably the previous period, I think. I would say there's been more content the last 2 years than in the last 4, Now, they took out some mining sites, fine, sure, whatever. We'll see. We'll see.
I think it's we tried this time around. We put in a release before the expansion, which was about kind of ship balancing. There was like a little bit tuning and little improvements.
Router stuff.
Kind of wanted to have a clean slate for the expansion, because then you drop the new things, the new ships, etc. So we kind of tried to pre-balance before the expansion. The expansion kind of innovates something brand new, or we move the game forward. And then in the follow-up, we have quality of life and we balance and iteration, etc. And I think that's a really good, healthy way to do it. So we're really aiming for a kind of scheduled balance meta changes. But we've also learned before that like constantly stirring the pot is not good, but not necessarily on top of the expansion. So maybe this is kind of like a small beat expansion kind of cadence that and then the storyline, the narrative kind of just like gently is on top to make everything.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, that a lot of people were saying that the roadmap was like, what is this? Like, there's not a lot. It doesn't have to be a lot every single year. It's still EVE. There's still EVE is the most to do of any MMO, I think. I think there's more to do in EVE than any MMO. Okay, there's just you could do every single site in EVE for the next year and there'd still be more, like one after another, and there'd still be more to do. There's just a lot to do. So if we have these small beat expansions that are more improvements than they are expansions, that's fine with me as long as the game continues to be fun. That's it, So.
A bit more kind of new, something to do every day. I think that's the lesson. We went like hardcore into everything in the expansion. Needs to be like biggest patch notes ever, like everything in it, like make it super beefy, but it's probably not the healthiest way. So there's something like in between.
And
I totally agree. Infused, you're sending me something? Oh no, Infused, don't do that. No. Infused, listen. I can't accept this. Okay, it's a lot of ISK, it's a lot of money, 5,000 Plex. I cannot accept that. Okay, Infused, thank you. Like you're a stream viewer. I appreciate you, showing up, and this is a lot. Thank you. I cannot accept 5,000 Plex. I am space rich by myself. I appreciate you, handing me 30 billion ISK in Plex chat, but please, Infused Lime, feel free to use that for your journey. What I'm trying to do, Infused, is only really accept contracts from my alliance, and for all that, because, we've had other things go on. So Infused, thank you for that. Goodness gracious, chat. Can we get some 07s for Infused Lime? Trying to give the people, give me 5,000 Plex. That's just, thank you. I cannot accept, because I am plenty space rich. Thank you for that. Feel free to give it to someone that needs it, not just me. Feel free to use it and go from there. So thank you for that. That's a big 30 billion S chat. Thank you. Thank you for that. I respectfully decline. Okay, we're trying to only accept contracts from like my alliance for a bunch of reasons. So thank you for that. I really appreciate the sentiment. I am gonna move forward. Thank you very much for that. So
in that vein, we recognize that a lot of EVE players and they play a lot over the course of the totality of that expansion. And so, while it's exciting to get that day, that present you unwrap, it's also nice to get little bursts of other content and events and narrative moments and fixes along the way as well. And I think that just keeps everything feeling sort of healthy. Like I call it hygiene, kind of like us tending to everything as
right. And Infused, if anybody watching this has new Corp stuff, feel free to go into our Discord in the EVE Online section of Discord. If you guys have an event, we have the Grow the Community chat. That's where, like, if you're a content creator, you can post your videos. If you're in a corp, you can post your activity. You know, just don't spam. Don't be like every hour you're posting about it. Post it one time, for God's sake, right? And post your stuff. If you got a big MPSI fleet coming up, if you're recruiting, feel free to go to the Grow the Community chat in our Discord and check that out. Thank you, Infused. Feel free to post whatever y'all want to post there. It's for you. It's for the community. That's why it's Grow the Community chat, you know?
We need to as well, and like clean and healthy.
Mending the fences.
Yeah,
Mending the fences.
Okay, good.
It's way better than what first came to my mind, which was expansion flavor crystals. Yeah, mending the fences. There you go. That's way better.
I don't know. I kind of like flavor crystals.
I like
so
that,
let's
Swift.
go
That's
with
good.
I'm sorry if that catches on. It's a weird thing. Okay, but yeah, so that's like the overall
It's caught
thought
on,
of that
Sven.
for
It's caught on.
expansion. That's really cool. Excited for it. We already talked about a little bit of the things that we're kind of looking at in the lead up to the summer. But like, what does this kind of look like for the summer? I guess like don't want every single nitty gritty detail. Got to save some stuff for FanFest, some stuff for the
What do we
lead up
got?
to it, some surprises. Like generally, we talked about Corp projects. We talked about like Equinox of, and just what does summer look like a little bit more closer to home.
So
They
way more
passed it down the
agency in Equinox off.
Okay.
Like there's different upgrades, more freedom. A lot of kind of our takeaway was there's a lot of space that's like considered unusable or trash space or whatever. We're gonna want to give like that space a bit of a second life. Like what can you do with that?
Okay.
True sec or like security and how it impacts the value of systems is something that we were all about. I think there can be very interesting things about like what you do and how you maintain control your own soft space. So kind of like defensibility, usability of that. So there's like, I would think of it as a batch of really good upgrades for Equinox Soft and some trade-offs, because I think the consensus was, okay, it's a really good system, hypothetically, but we really just have one best choice for every system. So we're trying to introduce
We made
choices.
a Christmas tree. Now we're giving you decorations.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm hoping.
All right, so the summer expansion is going to make Equinox better. Revenant was like an addendum to Equinox. We're going to get more to do. Hopefully, they'll add in some more mining sites to people, for people in Null to be able to go forward. We'll see.
Everyone in
It's
those
very
sections should
intriguing.
be able to kind of
We're almost done, Espeon. We're almost
customize,
done.
iterate,
Getting the full
on their
picture.
space a bit
Full
more
picture.
and kind of make it feel a bit more home and just more full of life and resources.
Nice. That's really exciting. I know a lot of groups that are getting like amped about like what this is going to look like for the future. Every time we touch nullsec, it seems like something big will happen afterwards. But you know, it takes some adjusting. It takes, as you were saying, CCB Burger, it takes a little bit of time to cook and get used to things and figure out what is like
Let
what is
them cook,
a
chat.
need that needs to be filled, and what is like an area that the players have like figured things out that they don't need stuff for.
Yeah. And then, then of course, like we talked about earlier, we're doing a big push on freelance projects. And so we can see like a lot of the threads that we've been kind of weaving for the last couple of years, they're starting to come together, and you can, you know, it's becoming kind of a holistic package. So
they're going to they're going to update the Corp and Alliance projects this year with the ability to be a full freelancer for an alliance, like not be in the alliance, but still contribute to it in like a meaningful way. Okay. All right.
it's going to be super cool. And there's some really exciting stuff on the horizon around, freelance projects and things coming together.
Yeah. I think kind of the identity of a corporation is also something that we want to strengthen even further. Just we're talking about the freelance projects. So if you role play as a new player, someone's saying like, "Hey, do this for me." I'm like, "Who are you?" We really want to make that kind of just like that pretty impressive, like that corporations can show you who they are, like, you know, improve the corp finder aspect of it. Like, who are these guys? What do they stand for? And kind of just like get into the notion that like the NPCs, they're just kind of fixed and kind of normal, but what does it mean when a player corporation like shows up and you start interacting with them? Like,
That's a good point.
There's something interesting. A lot of times people don't understand the difference between those, So I really want to highlight them as early as we can and kind of allow players to customize or like kind of make those things stand out for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much kind of the idea of a corporation in EVE. Like there's so much cool stuff around the corporation and alliances. Like there are, you know, Discord servers and a lot of chatter and you know, they, you know, people go out, fly together, blow stuff up but a lot of these things, they only manifest kind of outside the client, and this has kind of been a topic for quite some time here, and
Right.
a big topic that we want to talk about at FanFest, and we really want to kind of have this conversation with the community on how can we start to bring some of these stuff that's only outside the client. How can you kind of bring it more into the client?
What if they brought a VoIP into EVE? What if you're in an asteroid belt and you are able to talk over voice to somebody else on the asteroid belt? Like Call of Duty has death comms, right? When you die, someone can be like, chat, let's just be honest what death comms are. Be like,
You're ugly and that's why your parents divorced you.
oh yeah, like that's how every death comm sounds. Right? Can you imagine prox chat in the game? You know, we could give a nice hoo-yah to like whoever the heck, you know. Right.
Please, Mr. Blob, I just want to live. I'd like to survive.
Because right now all the voice comms are just in can you imagine chat every single time we die, we just have to give them a nice hoo-yah. You know, that no. See, some people hate that. I think that sounds kind of fun. Talk about organic interactions. But see, VoIP, you have to do it is like Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker is a like PvP, you like spawn into a zone, you like extract. It's an extraction game, but it's like a fantasy game, right? And you can turn on VoIP and you can talk to people. Like some guy's got a sword walking up to you and you're like, hey man, I come in peace. And it's like proximity. And it's like, well, what if I don't want to come in peace? And they like get ready to charge, and you're like, and then you pull out your like fire staff, and you're like, try, bro. Like, and they're like, okay, fine. There's some organic interactions there. So if they're talking about bringing stuff out of game into game, like the third-party tools, now NPSIs in the game. I know it's rough, but it's in the game, and we'll figure out how to make it better. That'd be interesting. You know, right? Beg for your pod. That's basically what's going to end up happening. I don't know if that's coming to the game chat, but having stuff that's out of game in the game. More of that in the game, I think, the better.
How can we kind of allow it to kind of paint the experience? You come into a space and you can just feel that this is, you know, controlled by a major power. And this is going to be kind of, you know, maybe not the summer expansion, but more something that we will start to look at more kind of when we get close to winter. But this is definitely going to be a huge topic at FanFest, and I can see plenty of 1 beer, 2 beer, and 3 beer conversations at FanFest. So make sure
buddy.
Yeah, those are always kind of like the highlights of my FanFest experience as a player. We're just like bumping into a dev, being like, hey, can I get you a beer? All this one thing I really want to talk about. These poor devs have heard so many horrible pitches from me about like game design stuff. But it is still like really fun to chat with players.
If I ever ran for CSM, and again, I'm not, my platform would be remove local chat as it is everywhere. Make it like Wormhole Space and Pochfin. Every place. That'd be my number one thing. Make EVE, maybe not in high sec, only high sec. Because then you're like, oh, there's like, you know, whatever. But everywhere else, get rid of it.
Hear what motivates them. Hear like what stories they're making.
Right. Imagine no local but add VoIP. So like you're on the belt and you're on D-scan, you see like a rifter coming in and you just hear like slowly but surely
She'll be coming around the mountain when you go.
like someone's doing like a song as they warp towards you and you're get out of here, dude. Get me the warp aligned as you hear like imagine how many people are gonna play Fortunate Son over VoIP, dude. Imagine. Oh, you can't have, right, maybe Jitty you like make it so you can't do it or something. I don't know how it would look, but imagine like the amount of like someone sinos in and everyone just starts playing Fortunate Son through their VoIP, dude. Let's go. Right. You're cloaked up and you think you're alone and someone comes in and goes,
Hey, How much titanium you got? Yeah,
How scared would you be, dude? You're just like, oh, that would be so fun, dude. Oh my god, that would be sick, Chad. It'd be a different game. It'd be a different game, right? Imagine.
I see you.
And just the whole that
With
would
the
be
tools
sick.
that we gave, though.
That'd be
Yeah.
sick.
That's
I don't
always
think
the-
it'll
the
happen.
most exciting
I
part.
cannot wait for horrible pitches.
see.
They're fun.
Yeah.
Right on. And also, you know, we were talking about, I think, CCB Retati, you were mentioning what the future of war looks like. In 2024, it was adding like a lot of,
Yes. Yes.
I forget the term you used.
I love it.
Tactical objectives in space for all fleet sizes.
This is super interesting. Tactical objectives in space for all fleets. Right, nice skin. The proxy chat stuff is infinite, literal infinite fun, chat. It would be so funny. Tactical objectives in space for all fleet sizes. So they added destroyer level objectives in Revenant. They are merc dens. You can do a merc den in a destroyer. You can like defend it in a destroyer. Crazy. I didn't know that. I've never done merc dens. I'm not sure. You can do skyhooks and ESS. Okay, so skyhooks are like, you can do skyhooks in cruisers? That's a stabber. At Equinox, okay, sure. You can't defend a skyhook and a stabber. So, you know. You guys are funny. D-scans is manual, yes. ESS and battle cruisers or below. Metanox drills, you can, I think this is like, is this you can take? You can like attack them with? You can rob it with one. Okay, so like a mercenary den, you can rob it with destroyers. Skyhooks, you can rob it with cruisers. ESS, you can do with battle cruisers or below. Metanox Moondrows, you can rob with battleships or below. Citadels, you really need a dread to take and kill a citadel. Sovereignty, you need titans. Okay. Okay. You know, this is more interesting than, right. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
There you go. It's so catchy.
Yeah.
Okay.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, like, what that looks like, being like, oh, maybe I want to fight over a citadel. I'm going to need me and my closest 500 friends. But maybe if I'm fighting over a skyhook or a mercenary den, it's just me and 3 or 4 people.
Yes.
And kind of what more of that looks like, building on top of that as an idea going into like 2025.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Metanoxes were a great, and the mercenary dens. Like these are, you can do some damage just like with the time.
Guys, devs, I love you guys. Please, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 graphs in one slide. How is anybody supposed to read this? I love you guys. It's too much. Okay, where am I even looking? Where am I starting? Mercenary den actions. What the heck, Jan? Do you need a degree? You just might. Mercenary den actions. Anarchy stage change, development stage change, entered reinforcement, exit reinforcement, registered. Okay, so looks like at the start of Merc Dens here, we have activated was the most. Now we have anarchy stage changed. I don't know what that means. I haven't done those. We'll see. Development state change. So they like went into production. It looks like the most things that happen now are this blue graph, and that's anarchy stage change. The hell does that mean? What does that mean, Chant? I would love prox chat. That would actually be fan-freaking-tastic. So, yes. Yeah, you make prox chat something you can opt into, is what I was saying. And in Dark and Darker, you can opt into it, or you can just destroy it. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Infomorph quantity daily. Wow, there's a crap ton of infomorphs. Infomorphs generated, infomorphs extracted, scuttled. Yeah, this is like Lost. Chat, I might want to go do some Merc Den ops. This might be fun. Maybe we do that, seeing as how many there are. Items received through Infomorph battering. Tholos blueprint. Small breacher. Look at the difference. The Cenotaph is 1/3 less than the Tholos. Tholos been gotten a lot. Yowzer. Friday Merc Dens? Maybe. Honestly, we'll probably do that at some point. Definitely do that at some point. All right, what's this? All mercenary dens by system. And this is looking like a top-down view of the map, seeing where it is. Sure. You're seeing like a lot here, a lot. I don't know what here is, so that's interesting. So, captain's quarters even glitched the server. They had to remove it. Well, yeah, there it is. So, right, this is just a lot to look at. Exactly. Basically, they're showing that merc dens are being used. They're being used a lot, and they're increasing. That's like what I'm saying. Well, you know what? They're not increasing. The amount of merc dens, they go down, they go up, but they're basically, it's holding around this level. This level, I almost knocked over my coffee, chan. Sheesh. This level right here is holding. You can see the line is kind of like static right there. So we'll see. What's this blue graph here? I can't see because you guys removed it. Oh no, activity state change. Sure. Okay. Okay.
Tiny fleet.
Oh, for sure. Tholos more because it's 900 versus 39. Right. So.
Or at least die trying. And I think we were missing that. We didn't have anything really to kind of tackle. And I think we had heard a lot of like, but I can't defend all these things. Well, sometimes like just don't build. You're just going to accept that you're going to get bitten by.
That's part of the game.
Mosquitoes. And you're not going to be able to just like never have mosquitoes. Like you're going to have them.
Right.
And I think it's
kind of the ethos to what I was saying before is like, look, you can have structures, Sov Hub, Skyhooks, Merc Dens, Moon Drills. It's a lot more to defend. And some people might say, I don't want to defend all that. Then just don't deploy them. But then I won't be able to keep up with those that do. Great. Go talk to the big alliances and figure out how to join them so you can be under the same umbrella. You know, this is the thing. Like, more content means we need more bodies to protect stuff, means we have to recruit more, means we need more EVE players, means there's more to do. Okay? It's all a like, instead of saying, well, I don't want to defend all that, how can we defend all that? See the difference in ethos, in like thinking, is, well, I don't want to do all that. Well, you don't have to. It's a video game. Come on, guys. But if you want to, time to recruit more, time to figure out how we can get more corps into your lines. How do you get more blues? That's the way to do it. So, Hoot, you will soon, my friend.
Fine,
you will
because
soon.
These investments are making money in the
We'll see, JM Lusa.
Sure.
I'll have to look up how to do them.
And Merc Dens and Metanoxes are for sure like making more money than they're losing. Based on
and I mean, like, part of that's the way we balance these things in terms of cost, right? Like a Merc Den's really not that expensive to get going.
That graph was weird. I don't even want to talk about it. It was just very strange. It's like, anyway.
And I know some people have made some pretty good cash on those as well. So like the economy is really healthy.
CCP devs, I know that your players are smart, but if you want new people to come in and understand what the hell this is, put a graph here, and then I need a blurb to the left of the graph of what you think this means. 2 sentences. You don't need a freaking dissertation, okay? Merc mined by volume. We see the uptick in recent months of Metanox Moon mats is much higher than it was 6 months ago in June. TLDR, more merc is being mined by volume than it was 6 months ago. This graph is going to piss off a lot of people because of what we just talked about, because this might not be the whole story. I don't care if merc is getting mined more than it was in July if the price is however many much percentages over it is now, so much that the entire stream was complaining, okay? I think this graph is a marketing graph. We'll just put it that way, okay?
In terms of cost, right? Like a Merc Den's really not that expensive to get going. And I know
that makes sense, chat.
Made some pretty good cash on those as well. So like the economy is really healthy, the ecosystem's good, and like, yeah, they're going to get destroyed, but they're not, they've probably made you some cash, and they're not super expensive to get started up and going.
Yeah, we're talking to a few players who created some diplomatic incidents by dropping too many mercenary dens. I think this is the first part, or the first time period where players were just looking at the types of planets that were in this space. They're like, oh shoot, there are not many of these. This guy woke up at downtime and put down 5. Oh, that can't be good enough. Complain to their leadership. Now the leadership have a new set of problems they have to deal with. And allies have to shoot up some other ones because they're creating anarchy. It's actually such a neat little ecosystem that comes out of there.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we have, we have the...
Right, and this is kind of the point, Reem, I mean, is if they just fix the bug, right? If they just fix the bug that have more merc spawned, saying, look, more merc is being mined on this white graph, it's a bit disingenuous, right? But I understand that they need to, this is why you come watch the stream, okay? And you come watch other EVE creators' commentary on this so you can get bigger pictures. There's stuff that I don't know that y'all have helped with. instead of just watching the director's letter and taking what they're saying as fact, you come to a place like this so we can interact with stuff, right? So Gifted, welcome in. We're watching the director's letter. So
The great
Future
migration
Revive.
happened last year, and we had the big
Future Revive.
stunting reset January 1st this year. So I think we have
Bit
a
more
very
chaos.
fertile ground for people shooting each other in the face.
Yeah, shooting each other in the face, endorsed by the CCP directors.
Yes.
There we go.
Endorsed. Yeah.
Endorsed.
in game, of
Official.
course.
But when it comes to these like ideas that we're talking about, especially some of the quality of life ones that you were mentioning, CCP Rotati, and even ship balance stuff, where do we kind of source that information from? Like when we want to make balance changes.
That's mostly for me.
Just all up in here.
It's right here.
The man.
Big brain.
Yeah.
It's a methodical, quasi-methodical kind of approach. We basically have, we collect them from devs, we collect them from ourselves. I go through a lot of historical documents. A lot of old ideas are still valid. So like even the old lists of like CSM lists of days gone are still relevant. A lot of just social commentary. CSM is probably like the strongest filter for these ideas. But our favorite, aside from those, are just well articulated things on social media and these kind of manifestos.
yeah,
When
manifestos,
communities
white
come
papers.
together,
If you've got an idea, feedback, present it in a constructive way. The devs field it, listen to it, aggregate it, give it to your CSM, put it, I'm not like, what I mean by, let me define constructive. If you go on Reddit, like the cesspool area, you know, it really is a cesspool chat. I just don't recommend going there. If you go there and you type a bunch of like angry messages, blah, 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 they might catalog it, but I don't know if I would use that as part of my data, right? But if you're like, look, here's what the MER shows, here's player sentiment, here's the graphs you showed, here's why that's not the full story, here's what I recommend. And here's the main thing that I would tell you. If you say, here's what's wrong with the game, well, great, now there's nothing really going to happen. But if you say, here's what's wrong with the game, here's my 5-step process to fix it, that's going to help a lot more. So, correct. I would never go there for information's area, but entertainment, maybe, we'll see. So, constructive feedback, y'all.
is basically like if you all agreed enough to do this list, it's probably worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
And this has been great because we can't play test or kind of foresee every single thing or aspect of a thing, because we just need all the experts to come together and say like, okay, is this good or bad? We kind of had this conversation with CSM 18 or even before about force projection. Like, don't we all kind of agree that this is a problem?
Mhm.
That was the first hurdle.
Yeah.
Then we'll figure out some solutions. But do we kind of all agree that this is a problem?
Okay.
And I think that's where we get the kind of the best momentum and motivation to fix things. If like, okay, they're all behind it. Let's get there.
Yeah.
There's like a rigor and a thoughtfulness behind some
Yeah.
of these as well that we really appreciate. And they don't always prescribe like how to fix something, but they identify what the problems are. And I think those are always the best for us because
Okay.
there might be multiple paths we can take, right?
Right.
Maybe even things that people don't realize we can do in terms of building features. So it's
I
always great
scratch
to-
what I just said then. Tell them what the problem is. Apparently that's what they want more. Sure. Hey, listen to what they're telling you, right? There you go.
know, like this is our primary, this is our biggest problem and this is why it's a problem, and to have that really well sort of like methodically articulated and documented for us has like been tremendously helpful, and we've seen those for like Pashvin and wormholes, and so definitely I really appreciate it, and
Yes.
a conduit through our CSM,
It's gotten better.
so that's been fantastic.
Podfin's better.
But we too often share just like a snippet from forums of like, that's actually a decent, like that's pretty decent. That's an I didn't
See
think
that
of
shit?
this kind of thing.
See that?
And we basically just kind of share them in a Slack channel or something and say like, okay, is this worth pursuing? Then we go through like a lot of rigor of like, okay, we have a team meeting where we go through opportunities, we rate them and say, is this hard, easy, etc. So this is just like what we do all day long.
Or with like PI templates, sometimes a good meme helps.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah.
What I want you to see is that they're talking about fixes. Okay. Every single question that was put on this was done. It was done on purpose. So when you hear them going like, so how do you, do your feedback? How do we categorize feedback? It's probably because in the current news of EVE players, people think CCP devs don't listen to anybody, right? That's trending for whatever reason, whether it's on Reddit or something else. So they're directly countering that with something else. There's always a question behind the question, chat. Always be kind of going, all right, they're asking that question on a scripted interview. Why are they doing that? You kind of have to ask the question behind the question, right? So this is good. They take your feedback and they use it. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, let's also do a little more, and then we are going to end this because this is a long video. Thank you for watching, chat. Thanks for being here.
There, sometimes we find, we have these amazing things that come up, but it's not necessarily the right time to do them, or
Sure.
There are 5 other steps that need to happen before this feature happens or this change happens. So it is a dance, and it's an interesting puzzle to kind of, and there isn't really a single answer. So when we get kind of the problem statements clearly written or articulated, that really helps us. Yeah,
and of course,
Okay.
right now the CSM are here.
Yep.
We've got them trapped for a full week,
Mm-hmm.
chatting with us about stuff that's happening in the summer, just all of 2025.
Yeah.
And it's
We're actually all locked in a room, and I have the key in my pocket, so no worries.
Right over there.
we will free them soon. Don't worry, you'll get your CSM back. But yeah, we have the list of topics that we have as well. So we'll let you guys know exactly what's going on, and very soon after.
Sounds like we're done. We got a couple minutes left, but I think that's enough. Wow. Y'all, this is why you come watch this video. Because instead of just watching this by yourself and being in like a vacuum, okay? We do this on the live stream. We react to live, some great discussion in the live. Then we're going to also have the this put in a YouTube video, right? So y'all can come in there and go check out the various tags there. So make sure, if you want the best EVE news, you check out this playlist. We put all of our game news in there, not just for EVE. We're going to have a bunch of stuff in there as well. And if you want the best EVE guides, you sub right here. We'll see ya in the next video. Wow, chat. Wait. Don't want to blow your ears out again like last time. So we're going to pause that. That was really interesting. We're done reacting to that. It was a long video, chat. Thank you for sticking with me through that. It's going to be like a 2.5 hour freaking video. It's crazy. So you're welcome. Thank you for being here live. You get the behind the scenes because there's some stuff we cut out, some stuff we don't put in the YouTube video itself, right? So really interesting. I think it's good. I think so let me tell you this. I think the future of EVE is good. I like that they're slow rolling some of this and get some of these expansions going. But what I'll tell you is that they need to make sure that the stuff that's happening is balanced quicker than they've been. I think that's what I'll say. You're seeing a lot of unrest about the ore prices, about stuff in the game that they've recently changed, and if what y'all, I'm going to trust what y'all saying is true. There was these Merc sites in Null, and now they removed them. Well, then the price of Merc is going to skyrocket, right? So, like, we need some way to get Merc in Null. We need some way. I don't know enough about it to say. So, what I'm trying to tell you is, like, every problem is an opportunity. I think what they're doing with Equinox was kind of shaky at the beginning, and they've shown that they have a propensity to improve it. And 2025 is going to be better. I think it'll be better. I think the summer expansion will be interesting. We're going to see more incentives to yeet into Null, I think. That should be fun. So we're going to keep reporting on this, chat. You're going to hear me talk about the summer expansion, winter expansion. Remember, when those expansions drop, this stream, this place is going to be where you're going to get most of the value because we cover the stuff in depth. Y'all sat through a long video. So it's time we do some big giveaways, y'all. It's time we do some big giveaways. Let's do 3 nightmare skins. Okay, these are giveaways for EVE in-game items. These are nightmare skins. These are huge ships. These skins are beautiful. You only get them from being an EVE partner, and then I give them to you all. These skins a piece. Every single one of these is going for 1.3 billion ISK. We're about to give away almost 4 billion ISK worth of items. Okay, and here's how to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to win, you must first be in our Discord. Then you got to be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. So come on down. We're going to give you all a couple minutes to get in the Discord and follow and or sub. That's the only way to enter in. Once you do those, we'll get you going. Come on down. If you're on YouTube, check the description. If you're on Twitch, yes, you already done exclamation point Discord. There it is. Commander Johnny, thanks for the follow as well on Twitch. Good to have you. So, my website down. Which website are we talking, Crazy? Which one? If you're talking about loremirth.com, yes, that website is down. I did not do that. That website is now paused. I'm not paying for that website right now, but you can check out all of my stuff over on Linktree, Commander. If you're crazy dizzy, one with your links below. Which one are you talking about, Crazy? This go right here, Crazy. I just checked all the links. All the links. Let's see if you're on Twitch, Crazy. Okay, if you're on Twitch. All right, let's see. All these links. Use code Loru, Patreon. Use code Loru's Markee. Patreon works, subs work. I don't know what we're talking about, my friend. It looks like everything's working. So, you meant the calm one. I don't know what you mean, buddy. All these links should work, my friend. Keep on clicking. Gear, for example. Oh, is my gear one broken? Yeah, this one, excuse me. Yeah, I do have, you're right about that. That one is not working. So, I have to update that one. You are correct about it. I will have to fix that at some point. That's on my list. It's going to take time for me to get done. Thank you for the flag, Crazy. Thank you for the flag. You found the only broken one. You wanna work for me for IT, Crazy? That would be nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, time to give away a skin worth 1.3 billion ISK to 3 of you. It's only going to be gotten by followers and or people in Discord. Come on down. We got a lot of people. Thank you for sticking through me with that director's letter. Really important to go through that, chat, because there's a lot of people that are going to not take the time to get the full information, and you will see them screaming and yelling on Reddit and other places filled with various amounts of, like, you know, just too much noise, right? Without a lot of thinking. And y'all helped to inform some of my own opinions. So I love doing those live so that y'all can join us and get some good stuff as well. So how to join the giveaway? It's right here, my friend, right on screen. Be following on Twitch, and then get in Discord. That's it. That's all you got to do. It's right on screen. Come on down and we'll get you going, ladies and gentlemen. Got some dry eyes, chat. I have, you know, Visine that I do. Visine is the move. Come on in. Love the 07s. No giveaways active right now. We're going to wait a minute or two. Correct. Correct, Davencio. Davencio, you can pick whichever, as long as you're connected to either Twitch or YouTube, you're good. Being connected to both is good, but it doesn't matter. Once you're connected to one, that's all you need to do. So, Coffee, what you're going to do is you're going to follow the on-screen instructions, my friend. Trying to help you out. Just read what's right above my head. I got you, buddy. I got you. Don't you worry, okay? Listen to Dev Talk last night. Going through it with you seems more informative. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for that. And look, like, what I try to do is whenever those happen, I try to make sure that y'all see, like, oh, a video came out, Loru's going to talk about it. And you probably don't have to watch the video by yourself, because then how the hell are you supposed to contextualize all this? Look at the community we have. It's helping to contextualize things. So I even learned some stuff. So, you know, very crazy stuff. So it's funny when you rub your eyes, the camera goes blurry because it can't see me, right? Yeah, look, see, it's like, what happened to him? Yeah, it starts focusing on something else, correct? So if it's just my Caldari Navy water, chat, okay, you know? I got the faction water, okay. I spent my loyalty points on that, you know? So is there a way to test check that we're all linked correctly with your Discord? If you do it, it should be pretty instantaneous, you know? And as long as you stay in the Discord, it'll just keep on going. So, chat, if you're new to how to connect your stuff, it's literally right here for you. You click settings, click connections. You can Google how to connect. Why I'm not trying to be short. How you connect your Discord to Twitch, it is literally two clicks. It's settings, connections, and then you're there. So just read your Discord UI and you'll be able to get there. So I believe in you. I believe in you, chat. Okay. So, and we do these every single stream. So if you're brand new, come on down and we'll get you in. So, all right, y'all, let's do it. Giveaway time. You followed on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the new follows. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. You're in Discord in the giveaway chat. It's good to see you. The final thing you have to do is you're going to type the word that I say one time, case sensitive, into giveaway type 2025, one time, case sensitive, I know, chat, into the giveaway chat of our Discord. Those of you that are like, I don't really know what to do. Like, should I join this guy's Discord? It's just another content creator. I want to be clear. We do not spam you. Okay, we got a lot of new people coming in every single stream. We do not spam you. We do not ping you unless you want to be. You don't have to upkeep with our Discord ever. You can do that by going to the notification roles chat in our Discord. Choose your ping experience by clicking these hearts right here. If you click the red heart, that is our YouTube videos. The black heart is all of our notifications. Thank you to the 321 of you as of a stream that have all of our notifications turned on. Thank you for that very much. The purple heart is our live streams. You're here on stream now. So click the purple heart to make sure you don't miss out on our giveaways and all the big shows we do every single stream. You will have Eve Lives changed every single stream, so come on down to that. And the green heart is our socials, our Instagrams, Twitters, you know, I know all the Twitters. Click your ping experience, choose. Thanks for the people clicking right now. Love seeing that number go up. Enjoy it, y'all. Make sure you never get spammed by doing those. We want you to be able to go outside, chat. We want you to be able to touch some grass, have a good time, and not feel you have to keep up with my community. Engage with it at your pace. That's the point. That's the point. There you go. So, So, love that, Blue. Yes, sir. Yes. How do I do lowercase numbers? Well, you don't make sure when you type 2025, don't press caps lock. You know this? Carbon Killer. I know you know how to do lowercase numbers. You just don't do caps lock. You know, Pathfinder, thanks for the
Tier 1 sub. Out of your mind on twitch.tv.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's a good question. So, yeah. That's fantastic. I love it. I love it. So, it's just fantastic. So, I got you, McCavity. Don't worry. Take your time. We do these giveaways all the time. And it's not just a, one and done. We change Eve Lives on every single stream. Chat, when I type sold, this giveaway is done. We've got a show to do. And we will continue forward on that show. When I type sold, that's it. No more. That's the end. Bleeding? Exactly. At parentheses, at percentage. I thought you cursed for a sec, bleeding. I was like, bleeding. Is everything okay? Yeah. Those aren't uppercase numbers. Those are different symbols. Yeah, come on now. So, 5, 4, 3,
2, 1. Sold. That's that, chat.
Everything after that is not going to be entered in. Noxie, you're right. Noxie, bro really said 2025. He really like 20. Is this uppercase? Did I do it right? No, it's, that is correct. You really did it. That is technically a super case, not an uppercase, right? So got my bot's going to choose the winner of these skins. Okay. We love to see the new people coming in, chat. It makes me very happy seeing all the newbies coming in. All right. 2 of you were not following and the bot DQ'd you. Okay. You got to follow on Twitch or sub on YouTube. The free stuff, chat. No worries. No problems. Okay. It's, if you don't want to do it, that's up to you, but then you'll miss out on 1.3 billion ISK. Pathfinder, welcome in. It's good to have you. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in to all the people just joining us. We got a lot of people in here today, chat. A lot of people. Okay. Okay, we got another guy. Let's go. We got our second winner. I got to type it out, chat, when my bot tells me. Make sure I get the right Discord name too. Ah, yes. And we have, by the skin of your teeth. Okay. The winners of 1.3 billion ISK each are getting 3 skins. The winners are... We've got Major Cromwell, David Casta, and Maglor. Congratulations to the winners. Well done. Well done. You guys are going to get some big skins. What we're going to do is we're going to pin this, okay? Every giveaway winner is going to be given their goodies after stream. I'm going to DM that to you. So I'm going to put it in the giveaway done folder here, and we're going to send this to you after stream, okay? So make sure I have your in-game name. You don't have to do anything. I'm just going to DM you. But if you want to help me out, you 3, if I don't have your in-game name, you can DM me on Discord and get it done. Easy peasy. As always, with our giveaways, you can check the giveaway status chat to see what's going on. We typically give all stream giveaways like the end of the week. So if I don't get back to you today, just wait a little bit and you'll be able to get your stuff. Don't you worry. So, all good. And Bleeding, you might just have to wait a little bit. That's all. You might just have to, if it's been more than a day, Bleeding, and you've already linked your Discord to Twitch and it's still not showing, relink it. Turn it off and on. That tends to help more. Other than that, I don't know what else to do because it's that's a Discord thing. You're going to have to work with their support. Hopefully turning it off and on helps you much. You know what I'm saying? I think that normally does it. So, undq for next time. That's right, Blue. Great. Good job. Noxie, good to see you. Welcome in on Twitch. Welcome, chat. Wow. Huge stuff. No way. Yes way. Yes way. You really did it, David. You really did it. Let's get you're going to get 1.3 billion-esque in the form of this nightmare skin. We'd love to see it, chat. We absolutely love to see it. So let's do another giveaway a little bit later. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna do more giveaways throughout the rest of the stream. We got a lot coming in. We have a couple other things to talk about and to show. Thank you, Game Control. Game Control, thank you for being a recent patron. Thank you for believing in this brand. I really appreciate it. So thank you for being here. Let's definitely, you know what, chat? That was a long video. Let's do another one. All right, let's give away some Hulk skins. Let's give some Hulk skins. Let's get 2 of these. These are hundreds of millions of ISK Hulk skins for the people. That was a long video. We're not just doing 1 giveaway. No. We're doing 2 of them. Let's do it. These Hulk skins are very tie-dye. Okay, not just time dilation. Okay, very tie-dye. Let's do another giveaway. We got a lot of people joining us. Let's do another one. Let's do it. 2 of you are gonna get these Hulk skins valued at hundreds of millions of ISK. These are again only given to EVE partners, and then we can give to you. You followed on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, the free stuff, chat. You don't need to worry about paying me. Okay, you know, free stuff. Then you're in Discord. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do. Now, we go again. Again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The word is Patreon. Type Patreon 1 time. Case sensitive into the giveaway chat 1 time. Case sensitive into Discord. Chat, the #1 spot to support this brand is on Patreon. And the best part is you can join it for free. 2,600 of you. We recently passed 2,600. Thank you very much to the 2,600 of you that have shown up and done all this crazy stuff. Bunch of free value for you on Patreon. We make it easy. We got these free EVE Online guides for you in our collections. We just added another free EVE Online guide for you this week. We're doing a couple of those a week for free, exclusive on Patreon. Okay, check that stuff out. Those of you that want to support, this is the best place to do it. Thank you for your Twitch subs and your Twitch primes, but Patreon is the #1 place to do that, to support me monetarily. If you're new, don't worry about it. Don't give me money. Do not. I'll refund you. Okay, just join for free and check it out. It's super simple to join. It takes 2 clicks to join for free. I will show you. All you have to do is go to patreon.com/LoreMirth, and there's a button. It says join for free. Look. Join for free. That's it. Link your Google. Takes 2 clicks. Boom, boom, done. Join 2,600 people doing it. Tier 2 patrons, get the good stuff. Okay. You get this awesome Astero mug. We love to see it. All right. A Chronos mug. Chat, make sure it's mid-bastion mode. Okay, you have to make sure it's full of heavy water. Okay. Otherwise, you're going to lose your bastion mode. Come on. And then you get the Proteus mug, one of our favorite mugs. And of course, the final mug that they get for being a tier 2 patron is our fleet mug. This is our pearl diving mug from last year. Skiff, Proteus, and Porpoise. Love this mug. And it's, you know, we've really made sure to work with the Google engineers on these mugs. Okay. We wanted to make sure that these mugs don't just come with a mug to hold your coffee, but the Google engineers have made a special voice changer. Yes, in this, they've used 1080p HDTV 420p technology to add a voice changer into this. Okay. Many of you know this. But if I say to you, you have 1 trillion ISK, you think this means you have power over me? I don't sound like Bane. I just sound like Loru. But the moment I put this mug to my face, it begins to sound like Bane. You have 1,000 Plex. You think this means you have power over me? I was born in low-sec, molded by it. I did not see a Sino until I was already a man. And you see, and now it's gone. It's just amazing what these engineers can do. And you can get one of these by being a tier 2 patron. Thank you to those of you that are a tier 2 patron. It's literally growing every single week. We send out hundreds of these mugs now. It's freaking crazy. Like literally, we're almost at 100 paid persons, and we're sending out hundreds of these mugs a year now. It's just nuts how many of you are doing it, and I love it. Y'all are getting them, and the best part is, bring it to FanFest, and I'll sign it. Okay? I'm gonna bring like a pen to like sign the mug. So glad y'all are loving it. So of course I'm thank you very much for being here. You are never safe with Bane. I love it. So excellent chat. Let's see how the giveaway is going. Let's do going once, going twice. Once I type sold, that's that. Join the Patreon chat. You can do it for free. Okay. 5, 4, 3,
2, 1. Sold.
Yes, yes. Let's get it done. I send them worldwide. They're worldwide mugs. Great question, Johnny. Now, like, look, if you're like up in the Alps with like the Yetis and the sheep, you know, I might not be able to reach you, right? But if you're like close enough, there's only been one person that's been tough to get to. And this person was literally like on an island in Indonesia. And they were like, do you ship here? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like, I never heard of where you live. So, you know, that's that one I worked with the guy. So yes, we can send you to Europe. If you're just in Europe, that's fine. So, yes. All right, we got 2 winners, chat. Let's see. 2 winners. Hulk skins. Okay. Hulk skins. How are we doing? So yeah, we ship all over the place. So if you want it, go get it. Bring it to FanFest. I'll sign it. Okay. We got a brand new person, chat. Love that. Love when brand new people win. Dude was just scrolling through Twitch, saw me, came in, and now you win some stuff. The winners of the 2 Hulk skins are... We've got Espion and Kignis. Incredible stuff. Congrats. So the winners, congrats. Congo Rants. We're going to pin this so I don't forget about it either, okay? And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take your giveaways and we're going to throw this into the giveaway done folder. I'll DM y'all soon so you can get the stuff. Make sure you stay in the Discord. We'll have a great time with that. Congrats to the winners. Well done. Well done. Congolese Rats, exactly. So, do we get notified when the item's bought? Scipio, I send you a notification. You know, I'm like, hey, your mug's coming. You can see the timings of it over on Patreon. That is the place to do it. Okay. It's definitely going to be, I can't wait for y'all to get your, I can't wait to see mugs at FanFest. I'm going to take a picture with each and every one of you. It's going to be great. Worldwide free shipping on Eve skins. There it is. Do I ship to the ISS? No. That's kind of funny. We got a bunch of stuff coming in. Parser coming in with the biddies and Yupa. Thank you for the 300 biddies. Thank you for that, Yupa. I really appreciate that. And Wildcard coming in with the Twitch
Prime. Out of your mind. Twitch Prime. Out of his mind. Amazing.
Thank you for that, Yupa. It's good to have you. And Wildcard with the Twitch Prime. Thank you for those. Chat, wow. Great stuff. Great stuff. We've got absolute things to go through. So let's keep pushing. Let's see. We got a little bit more in the show today. Okay. Let's see if we can get a little bit more stuff done, shall we? Okay. Now, say hi, YouTube chat, okay? As always, the market is fluctuating, and we're going to go to our friend Oz and see what we can gather. Yes, this is the Oz report for this week, titled Moon Crash 2.0. Let's see what Oz has for us.
This is the Oz report for January 26, 2025, the second one from Australia. And we're going to start, as always, with Plex and Plex adjacent items. Let's move over to our dashboard here. And the interesting thing is, yes, we have a 4% increase in the Plex price. Again, we're up to 6.4 million in sell price in the Forge for Plex. That is very, very high.
It is.
And that is caused by a sale in the New Union store that happens every quarter, and that's the 50% discount on Omega plus MCT bundles. That is very predictable, but it is very, very lucrative as well. If you run a skill farm, or even just if you want to, train your other characters on the same account, then this is the sale you want to focus on. This sale alone makes skill farming profitable, so that's huge, right? Skill farming right now has a negative 1 billion per account if you're subscribing with the 12-month Plex option. But if you're using the sale, it's actually a few hundred million in the positive. So this is what people...
Wow, no wonder so many people bought it. So skill farming. So this is the sale. We detail out every time there's a sale over on Patreon for free. It's all public. It's just housed in Patreon because I can use it like a blog, you know? So we detailed out how to use that sale. Yes, you can get $10 Omega with it. But what Oz is saying, what I didn't know, is that you can also get positive ISK skill farms with this. No wonder so many of you were using it. Check out the Patreon link and go follow us for free to make sure that every time there's a sale, you get exactly how to use it to play the same game we all love for cheaper. Again, I do that for free. This is huge. Didn't know that. No wonder so many of you used my code. Thank you for using that, by the way. Thank you. So just a big deal. That's now I know why. I'm sitting there going like, normally these sales, they're once a quarter, like Oz was saying, so they are predictable. But normally we don't see that many people using my code. Now we know why. Skill farmers have not been profitable. With that sale, they were. People did the math and they capitalized on it.
People are doing, and this is why so many people, especially the ones that are running skill farms, are buying.
I got those alerts off now, chat.
Sale in the New Eden store with Plex, and that's why we have a again very, very high 6.4 million, 4% up. In the same token, we have skill injectors going down 1.5%, and that is because these skill farms that want to buy the sale in the New Eden store, they need cash. They need ISK to buy the Plex to take advantage of this. A skill farm in itself is not always liquid, and so the product that they have is skill injectors, and that's what they're putting on the market. And that's why correspondingly you're seeing a drop in skill injector prices that is probably going to go on as long as the sale is going on. So have a look.
All right, so the sale just ended. So something we like to do with Oz's videos is we like to show you what you can do with this, okay? Because he's giving us the data. So how do we make it practical? How do we help make it practical? So he's talking about LSIs. As you can see, sheesh, these are still down. So here's what I'll tell you. If you have some spare ISK and you're trying to get into a ship right now, today, as of the recording of this video, and we're going to put it out the day after, I think. So you can check this out within a couple days. I would buy LSIs. You can look at the 5-day moving average. We're still low. The 52-week, the 20-day moving average is still, we're chilling. It's kind of flat. But you can see comparatively to recent time, it's still way lower than it has been. LSIs at 840 million versus a little bit ago was closer to 900 million. And then we have been seeing it go down, but it's at the lowest it's been in some basically ever. It was low back here a little bit, but you could see the volume also was going up. So this is not going to last. So if you have LSIs saved up, I wouldn't sell them right now. I would potentially think about investing in LSIs and buying them to resell later. And or if you're trying to use large scale injectors to get into one of your favorite ships, especially if you have under 50 million skill points. Let me see it. Yeah, especially if you have under 5 million skill points and under 50 million skill points, I would definitely consider this a buy to get into your favorite ships. Okay, as you get close to, I have over 80 million skill points, and look at the effectiveness drop off. 150 skill points to 500 skill points. So I would not buy it if you are over 80 million skill points. There's just better things you can do with your ISK. So interesting stuff. Definitely a buy right now. Check it out.
Look out at that. Skill injectors still trading 5% below yearly average. So it still might be a good investment, even though skill injector prices have been rising over the past few weeks. And that means for skill farms, actually, this was a opportune timing to cash out of skill injectors, buy into Plex, and recharge those farms.
Nargala is right. He's right. Because then you're like, oh, I don't want to wait. I'll just buy another one. Here's my thing, though. Isn't the whole point to I want to have fun with my game? So if I have liquid ISK, guess what I'm doing? I'm injecting. Now, typically, I inject into my alts, right? I'm putting skill points into my alts so that way I can fly better stuff on them. But yes.
If you're on our Discord, you can actually see a screenshot of Golden CEO, our resident skill farmer, holding over 500,000 in Plex, worth about 3.2 trillion.
Did he just say there's somebody in his Discord with 3.2 trillion ISK worth of Plex? Did he say 500,000 Plex?
If you're on our Discord, you can actually see a screenshot of Golden CEO, our resident skill farmer, holding over 500,000 in Plex, worth about 3.2 trillion.
There are people playing Eve way differently than I am. I tell you what, you know what I'm saying? How are these people? You've got 3.2 trillion? Trillion. You can buy every single ship in the game besides AT ships twice and still have Plex left over. With a bro, chat, some people are, there's always more to learn in Eve. You're telling me that my man's has trillions? Yo, people are playing Eve differently than you and me, you know what I'm saying? It don't need no PI money like we do, you know? Woo. Now, I just spent 60 billion on a big sale myself. Some of you were asking if I bought a super. I didn't buy a super. I bought 5 ships. You'll see.
The other thing that we need to talk about is
You'll see.
moon materials.
Yes,
So
sir.
if we go up here. This is
drop it again.
Massive. Okay.
Oof.
Overall, we have an 8% drop in moon materials. So 8% is something that, you know, even pre Metanox would have been almost unthinkable. If you're looking at our 4 moon materials here, 14% down, our 8 materials 6% down, the others 6 to 7% down. This is absolutely massive. Okay, and in a way, this is
Commander Johnny, you are playing correctly. You just got 1.2 billion. Crossing your first billion is a big milestone, and you should be celebrated for that. Good job. Can we get some 07s for Commander Johnny? You're doing fine, Commander. Listen, some people don't get to 10 million. Okay, good job, Commander Johnny. 07, so you did good getting your first Billy, buddy. You're following our PI guides, probably. As I've told you, I make 1 point something billion-isk in a couple days because I got a bunch of stuff coming out. You're doing good, Commander Johnny. Don't let other people's success diminish yours. Yours is still success. Good job. Good job. This is a big deal. This is going to have ripples across the entire of New Eden. I would love to hear what Alice has to say about it. Sorry for the pause. It looks like not great. You know what I'm saying? Great, Commander Johnny. Good job. Good job.
Result of Metanox really, being completely accepted into the game. It is more than 50% of moon materials are now generated by Metanox moon drills. We're seeing our 4 moon materials here. They're almost 40% under 52-week average. We're seeing our 8 moon materials 35% under. We're even seeing our 16 moon materials here 15% under. So on the lower end, moon materials, they're cheap and they're getting even cheaper. Even on the higher end, we see prices coming down, but not as much on the R32 and R64 side, which both are trading above 52-week average. So
is this a bad thing? I don't know. We were talking about this watching the director's letter. So Oz is saying that the Metanox moon drill now accounts for over 50% of all moon mats coming out. So it used to be that miners were out there mining these things, and now it's an automated system. It's a literal robot that like mines the moon for you. So now over half of the moon mats are becoming, done by this thing instead of being players mine this. And we're seeing prices of moon stuff go down. So is this a bad thing? I don't know, because if you're not mining moon mats, you're doing other activities. You're engaging in other things for your corp, for your alliance. And I'm not sure if this is a bad thing. What I'll tell you is it means that there's not moon miners mining. It means that they're doing other things. I'm hoping that that's the case. Maybe they're just not signing in. We'll see.
While they're dropping this week, they are trading above. And that is single-handedly the reason why you haven't seen T2 ship prices and T2 module prices coming down, right? A lot of those ships, the reasons why they are still expensive, even though on a whole moon materials are down, is because they rely heavily on stuff like dysprosium that is more expensive than it was before Metanox. So essentially, you just have people overall actively mining much less, but a lot of people relying on Metanox moon drills to mine the moon material passively, which has the effect of both mineral prices spiking because you don't have that byproduct anymore, and lower value moon materials dropping in price sharply, and more expensive or more complex higher value moon materials getting more expensive. So
it's a great point, Kezi. Keys out. Excuse me. Less miners are getting killed because less miners are on the belt. That's a really good point. So there it is, Cam. Cam says he used to mine moons, not worth it anymore. There it is.
Absolutely. As Ultra Phoenix says in chat, it's the first Goon moon cycle in their new location. So absolutely crashing here in on the Moon material end.
Wow.
Big discovery. I mean, or big a big development. The effect that this is going to have overall is not bad for the player base, right? For the player base, so one, yes, manually mining low quality Moon materials has become much less profitable. You should be manually mining the high ones, but with mineral prices being as high as they are, actually this change in Moon material prices is actually quite welcome because it balances out the overall price level in EVE Online, and it curbs inflation a little bit because the Moon materials do have a lot of impact on T2 prices.
Wow. This is why we watch these, because it helps. This is going to help you all be better EVE players, because you're going to go into the market and you're going to be more informed than people that don't watch my video and indeed Oz's video. Because what we're seeing here, the Moon mats are going down, but we're not what he's saying is we're not really seeing T2 module ships, whatever, mirror that, because there's other things involved. What I do think, though, is that at some point soon, you're going to see this price reflect in T2 ships and modules. Anything that uses Moon mats, if the price of those Moon mats is low, those people are going to buy, in the short term, people are going to buy Moon mats at the lower prices. So then they can keep making, if the price of T2 modules stays the same, but the cost to make those things go down, you're going to have people buy up more of the Moon mats to make more of the T2 modules because the margin is better. But then what happens is more people get in on that, and then more people start making them, and then there's more in the market, so the price goes down of those T2 modules and ships. So it's super interesting. We'll see you soon, Commander. Yeah, for sure. So this is interesting because I think you're going to see some updates to this on the market within the next two to 3 months. Maybe now's the time to do what I just told you, to keep making T2 modules if you have the indie capability with cheaper Moon mats, understanding that the price of T2 modules is going to go down probably very soon is what I expect. We'll see.
So, we have, if you look at the Moon materials, and specifically we have titanium, silicates, and tungsten. They're the ones mostly impacted by this. Those three have lost 50% of their price compared to pre-Metanox pricing. And
sheesh.
That, that's quite huge.
That's
if we're looking at basic minerals, so basic minerals, they also dropped 2% in price. They're coming from a very high base. So you can see that on here. This is the number I'm talking about. Basic minerals are overall trading 36% over 52-week average still.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I should tell you this. How he's doing this is this column is his 12-month price index. Okay. Can y'all see the numbers okay? Do I have to zoom this in? I can zoom. Tell me in chat. I can zoom this in. He's looking at minerals, and we're at 136. So we're at 36% above the 12-month average. So even though the trend this week is down 2%, we're still up 36% comparatively. So basic minerals are way up, and you can see why this is so bad. Look at the 63 compared to the 12-month average is nuts. It's just it's absolutely bananas how little those are going for right now. So, high-sec Moon mod is still very approachable for newer players. Yes, yep, for sure.
And that's even though Isogen has dropped considerably. We're still, we still have the same mineral bottlenecks that we were seeing before with things like Zydrine, for example. But this week we did see a drop of Zydrine, 9%. We saw Mexilon down 7%. So at least what we're seeing is people dumping stockpiles onto the market, people taking advantage of the high mineral prices to go out and mine. But overall, the situation is still dire. So we still have a very much a shortage in a bunch of these minerals, and that's why going into CSM Summit Week, this is going to be, I feel like, one of the big discussion points.
Yes.
Right. Even though it's balanced out. If we're looking at specific items on here, if we're looking at trending up, we see Dead Space modules here. So
crazy.
I encourage you to go down that rabbit hole, because I did that yesterday to find out why the Corpus X-Type Thermal Armor Hardener and the Pith X-Type EM Shield Hardener are 30% up. I think this is just one guy has lost 10 of these in a very weird fashion for 100 trillion plus in kill mails on Gnosis and Praxis. So, noob ships basically to his own Corp.
400 trillion?
Something very, very strange going on. And I feel like somebody went out, bought a whole bunch of those markets, those modules, fit them on a ship. 100 billion. Sorry, 100 billion.
Oh,
if I said trillion.
I was like, no way. It's 400 trillion. 100 billion. I was going to say, McCavity, I was like, that's like the yearly spend in Eve. What happened,
Chat is alerting me to it. It's 100 billion. It's something weird going on. I haven't been able to investigate it more, but it's very strange. Some 10 billion Gnosis and Praxis fits being lost.
That's freaking ridiculous. So what you can do with these, whenever you see these trending ups, is you can try to go get these and sell them. Okay. So high grade Nirvana Epsilons are up 30%. So if they cost the same, go make one. Go get one. You can get them from You can get the patterns from loyalty point stores, right? The X-type thermal armor hardener. Maybe go look up how to go farm Corpus X-type modules. How do you farm Dead Space modules? Go do that, and if you get lucky, you get the good drop, and then go from there. Burned logic circuits are T1 salvage. This is approachable for the entire player base under the sound of my voice. Go do T1. Go do salvaging. And you get 23% more. Now, the overall money might not be very high, but for a new to mid bro, that could be your freaking ticket, dude, if you get a bunch of big stuff there. Another big one is the Drake Navy issue.
To their own corp.
The Drake Navy issue is up 18%. That's pretty great. Go try to sell one. If you've got a stockpile of ships like I do, I typically stockpile stuff, then, go maybe go sell your Drake Navy, go sell your DNI, or go make some so you can go put it on the market. So go see if you can sell these. These are up. In a similar way, trending down, we say the amulets are I don't know how this can be half price. The Omega for amulets are half price. This has got to be a joke. So I'm going to mid-grade amulet Omega. Mid-grade amulet Omegas. No, that's got to be his thing is broken, right? No, they were 600 million. Now they're back down to 400 million. So it just had a spike in price, and now it's back down. Okay, sure. Okay, so mid-grade amulet Omegas. If you have an amulet clone, amulets are armor, I think. Armor set. So if you want to go get this now, it's at a cheaper price comparatively to recent time. It's actually close to the low it's been in recent memory. So if you want that, I would go buy it up so you can use it. Potentially you want to invest in those things as well. Same kind of stuff with let me look at some of these. Let's see. Nighthawks are low. Nighthawks are getting used way less. So if you ever want to, that's the command battlecruiser T2 Drake. So if you want to get into a Nighthawk, that's that. Barges, funny, Covetors were in short supply last week. Now Covetors are way less on the price. So if you want a Covetor, maybe now's the time to go get in one because it's trending down. Let's go check out where the Covetors are now as of this recording. Let's go see how we're looking. So Covetors had a nice, you can see they had a nice spike in price. Now we got this nice triangle coming in. We're a little bit higher today. We're at 65 million to 64, but still we are the peak up here was 77. So if you're trying to replenish your mining fleets, maybe now's the time to go buy some Covetors. If you're trying to replenish your mining characters, maybe now's the time to get these. Put a buy order in for some nice stuff. People are dumping them into the market. Remember, we always say, don't just look at the price. Also look at the volume. You can kind of see here is the average volume. It was pretty high last week. Look at the difference in bar. They're higher, right? Higher, okay? More people were buying and selling. We're still at a high volume, but the price is way lower. So you're going to be able to get your stuff. Let's see it. Keep on going. So salvage everything. You never know. That is true.
There. Go to Zekiel and investigate for yourself. So that's what's going on here. It's
pretty crazy.
Nothing special, really.
Right.
On the trending downside, we have the heavy entropic disintegrator. That's just nothing to write home about. It's down 30% after it was up 30% last week.
Right. It's just correcting.
The ebb and flow. With most of these modules, you can typically ignore these vast swings from week to week because a lot of these markets just aren't deep enough to absorb fleets being fitted even individuals just buying large amounts of modules to fit 2 ships. If you're a trader or if you're an industrialist, this means that you can actually make a lot of money on a lot of these modules, because what you can do is buy and hold them or post some of the more popular modules that are spiky in nature. You can post them in JITA at much higher levels, waiting for somebody to buy out larger amounts of them. You don't always have to post your modules at the current sell price. If you're a producer or if you're a trader, you're probably already doing this, but you should post them at higher prices, because a lot of these in-demand modules, whether it be Dead Space modules or Tier 2 modules, they get bought out quite frequently, and they are spiky. As you can see here, half of the items on here are often modules.
What do you do if there's 2 types of people watching these videos. There's the industrial people, and then there's the people that are just trying to play EVE and not really worry about this, right? Indie people are going to be buying up, making, crafting various things and selling them for the highest price they can, and that's their shtick. They want to be the indie person in game. What about the rest of us? What about the people that aren't like super industrial focused? How can you use this? Well, what you're going to do from week to week whenever we react to these is the items that are up. If you have them or have the capacity to make them, sell them. If the items are down, if you want these and you use them, like if you use Vedmax, and if you're, Lashax, and you're big into the Trig battleship, you can buy these now because the market is corrected. The heavy entropics are now back down, and you can get them for cheaper than they were last week, literally last week. So same kind of deal. If you're making hydrocarbons, R4 moon materials, obviously we were just talking about moon mats are down. Maybe you want to buy hydrocarbons and craft into something so that you can make bigger, better things with them. Maybe you want to buy them as they go down, thinking that they're going to come back up at some point. It's entirely possible. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. Retrievers are going down. Covetors are going down. Like, you can replenish your mining things now. We do these every week, and we like to talk about the market because it really affects every single person in EVE. And I started winning EVE when I was playing the game and did some light industry. When I was playing the game and I had some PI going on, some research, some indie, I was paying attention to some pieces on the market, and the easiest way to get started, okay, easiest way. This is a stabber. Let's say I'm doing expanded probe launchers. Okay, I need expanded probe launchers. I'm going to use my ESS robbing stabber, whatever. I'm going to look at how the price has been recently, and I'm going to see that expanded probe launchers are actually, like, historically, they're basically just chilling. But right now, we're just coming off of a big spike where these were worth about 100,000 ISK. Now we're back down to them being 24,000 ISK. We're still seeing these be a little bit higher than normal. So what I started to do, and this is a really good way for you to save some money here, is instead of just coming in and buying this, put buy orders in for expanded probe launcher. Put a buy order in for something down here instead of a sell order. Because a sell order is somebody has the item, give me ISK. A buy order is, hey, I have the ISK, I'd like to give it to you for the item. I have the ISK in hand, buy order. I have the item in hand, sell order. Understanding that relationship is going to help you save money long term. So if you're a newer player and maybe this is too much for you, maybe 18,000 ISK is too much for you. It's not for me just because, thank you. This is going to be too much for some people especially starting out. You put a buy order in for this, and then if every time you buy an expanded probe launcher, it's 25,000 ISK, then you're going to spend more money than the people that are waiting and being patient and putting the buy orders in, making it so that you actually are getting the same item for cheaper than the other people. So that's why we like showing you this, because you don't have to be an indie person to get value out of this. Even if you're a new to medium-sized person, getting your thinking of, like, I'm going to use the market as a tool to help me, that's the way to do it. That's why we react to these. Okay?
The rest of this is really things going down in price that were high last week, like the Covetor was last week. This is just, people coming in, buying larger amounts of ships, and then the supply levels being replenished. Nothing big to write home about. We do have Ferrogel on here, down 18%. This is the knock-on effect of moon material prices. As moon material prices drop, you will see reaction materials, so the advanced moon materials dropping in price. That's just an input material for reactions. That's going to lead eventually to cheaper ships if R32 and R64 prices come into.
What the heck? Ore ice harvesters are being bought way more, almost 300% more. But we just got done talking about how moon mining is not doing very well. Is that because the price of these has plummeted, so more people are buying it? That's really weird. Oh, I guess he's reporting on this. So in one, look at this. So normally they sell 40, maybe 80 a day, and it was 150, 170, 100. So last week there was a period where there was a bunch of ore ice harvesters getting bought up, and even yesterday still 152. Super interesting. That is miners switching to ice. Well, we just got done talking about why, oh, that's moon miners switching to ice. Yo, that's correct, my man. People going, you know what? I don't want to mine moon goo. I want to mine ice. That's probably it.
To balance again, which hopefully they will. If we're looking at highest trade volume, obviously. So we were seeing a lot of coveter and retriever trading in the last weeks. Now we are seeing ore ice harvesters being traded a lot. I'm sure that's also still in effect possibly from the winter event, but clearly people are
switching to ice,
outfitting their barges and ice miners to go and mine, which is great. On the other hand, I'm sure the ore ice harvester market also isn't as deep as it as other.
I think you're right, man. Now, okay, this is kind of why we do this, right? Ore ice harvesters are getting bought. What do you think is going to happen in a couple weeks? Ice prices might go down in a couple weeks. They might. So maybe if you're sitting on a stockpile of ice or ice mats, you start selling them, because maybe sell half. What I always say whenever there's like a speculation, sell half. That way, if you're wrong and it goes up, you still have stuff. But if you're right, you're like, okay, I'm not gonna, I'm still good for next time, right? So what I'm seeing here is like, all right, people are buying ore ice modules. That means they're fitting out their barges. So there's going to be more ice in the coming weeks, because people are probably saying, you know what, I don't want to mine.
I don't want to mine moon mats on my barges. I'm going to turn them into ice barges.
Right? Probably.
Modules being a fairly rare item. Again, we have tungsten, evaporite, deposits, and platinum. 3 moon materials on the very high volume end. They're all trading, more than 50% over 52-week average in terms of trade volume. Other than that, you have the Redeemer battleship, the Anshar, the Rear, which are freighters.
Yep.
Being in high demand.
Interesting. Those are jump freighters.
A very, very mixed thing here. The Scorpion Navy issue is just a ship that's just very popular overall, right?
I can tell you, SNIs are everywhere in Pochman right now. We saw so many of these all of a sudden. They went from like, yeah, whatever, to all of a sudden everybody's using them. So
now 80% over volume is something we would expect there. Talking about things that are in very short supply, on number 2, we already see Plex. So 0.2 Plex trade days available. Is even worse than last week.
Yep.
This has to do with the sale that I was mentioning earlier. There just isn't any Plex on the market. Very spiky. It's definitely an issue, but nothing new. I don't think we've gone over a trade day in a long time here.
Yeah.
So,
we've talked about Plex in the past. I agree it's a problem. I think the Plex problem is mirrored by real life problems, right? Like cost of living is high right now across the world. Less people are buying Plex, so there's less Plex, and there's no real way to earn it in game. There's no way to earn it in game. Like you can do the daily logins, but what? You're going to get like what is it? Like 15 Plex a month on one account? What is it? Daily goals? 5 Plex. So if I do all 3 characters, which is kind of hard to do, every time I get 15 Plex a month. Yeah, that's not going to help the Plex market go up. So is it a problem? Yes, we've talked about Plex to death in our last video, actually. Right, time to not buy Plex. But here's the fun part. If you want a ship and you want to buy Plex and swipe the most important card, the credit card, Plex is at an all-time high. You can get basically whatever ship you want and then some with it. So give and take.
definitely also possible to speculate on Plex pricing right now. You know, just as a side note, I mentioned earlier that this 50% off Omega and MCT deal is
huge.
It is happening every quarter, and this time we saw, you know, about a 5% jump on Plex pricing. If there is something that happens every quarter and there's a 5% price change on the item that makes up about a third of the total ISK trade volume in EVE Online, then you know, if you have capital lying around, there's no reason whatsoever to not speculate around this. And that's why you have people on our server, on our Discord server, talking about the sale so much. There's people predicting when it's going to happen. It's a huge game because this just one sale that is happening is so impactful on so many sides. One, because people need to take advantage of it if they want to get their skill farms going, but also two, because a lot of traders are speculating on its outcome. And so
how can you use this? Because this is super exciting, actually. So you can do it two ways. First, you can assume that Plex is going to go up in the coming year. You can assume the price is going to increase. So actually buying Plex from a buy order right now is not a bad investment. Because if it goes up 5% a quarter every quarter in a year, you're going to make 20%. Right? Now that's speculation. We don't know. Should you buy Plex right now? Maybe if you have like some spare line around, but it's so expensive from out of ISK. It's so expensive, I'm not really sure. What I would do instead is I would do this. I would try to have a lot of ISK in surplus when, like, next quarter around this time. That way, when these hit, you could try to capitalize on some of the lower prices that come out of it, because these Plex sales end up rippling throughout the whole economy. So like you see the LSIs are much cheaper because the skill farmers, if you can't afford all this high end stuff, it's like, you know, tens of billions of ISK. LSIs are 800 million ISK, but they were a billion ISK a couple months ago. But because of these sales, the LSI traders had to liquidate. So then all of a sudden the LSIs are cheaper. So then you can get them for cheaper. Basically, the number one move always with this kind of stuff is don't ever just sell all your ISK. Have a surplus of ISK that's within your means to use. So if right now my people are going to say this is a flex, but it's not a flex, chat. I'm just trying to make a point. Okay. Right now my net worth is 414 billion ISK. That's actually down. I was at 450 billion ISK, but I had some big purchases. I have a lot of money on alts that I've used. We just got done spending about 60 billion ISK on some upcoming content. Okay. So we're not going to talk about it yet. So, what I'm trying to say is, like, I kind of felt like, okay, there's going to be some kind of Plex sale coming up. There's going to be some Plex sale coming up. I just got done buying 15,000 Plex during that Plex sale. I got it for about 6 million per Plex, but it's been at 6.2. So I used the Plex sale. I saved a surplus of ISK. When there was a Plex sale, I put a buy order in and I converted that ISK to Plex. That's what I recommend you do. So, the starter packs are definitely the best. Want to go back down soon? We have no idea, Jack. We have no idea. What I'm trying to say is, like, the only move to do is EVE is a game that really rewards the long-term player. So if you are just blowing ISK left and right, if you're just doing what you have to do, fine. But if you save a little bit, all of a sudden, and you can turn that little bit into a lot if you act at the right time. That's why we always say go to our Patreon. It's free. We always detail out the sales, how to use them. To like the best of your ability, so you can keep playing the same game we love for cheaper. It's all on our Patreon, you know, so for sure.
Even though it's predictable, 5% on Plex is just a massive impact.
It's a big one. Yes.
Largest drop in supply. We're seeing implants here. Mid-grade Amulet. Omega's basically bought out the market. Mid-grade Virtue, yep. Epsilon bought out of the market.
Gone.
Pretty crazy. I don't know if that is actually
Loki's. See it at the bottom? 70% of Loki's. The 70% of the Loki's were bought out. Yo, somebody was refilling their null fleet or something, dude. Yeah, so Loki prices are up right now. So if you're crafting T3 cruisers, Loki prices are on the up because somebody just bought out the whole freaking market. You know, so definitely go make yourself some Lokis if that's what you're inclined to do. I would not necessarily buy Loki's right now because the price is much higher. You can see the blue bar, the moving average for 5-day is much higher. And now it is higher than it was a year ago as well, but there's a lot to do with that. So we're still not at the peak it was like last year. This was a big war, I guess. When was this? April. Oh, June. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure why Loki's went up so much. Loki's, we've talked about, are one of the most used, one of the best T3 cruisers there is, and the price is up right now. So if you have these, maybe sell them. And if you want to get one, maybe wait a bit before you do this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Doctrine related, possibly, but you know, the entire Amulet Omega market being bought out and virtually the entire Virtue market being bought out is pretty big.
Yes.
Also, mid-grade Nirvana is apparently also 90% of the market bought out this week. Pretty crazy. The 25,000 millimeter steel plates too. This is the dread action that we're seeing. A lot of the dread modules being very spiky in the last weeks because we had several battles. The last one happening here a couple hours ago.
So just like if something's trending down, you might consider investing in it or buying it for yourself if you use it, okay? If there's a heavy trade volume, you can kind of think like, what is that going to do as far as the ripples? We talked about the ore ice harvesters. If there's a drop in supply, it's similar to trending up. You might want to buy or make these because if there's less supply, the demand probably hasn't changed. But because there's less supply, prices go up. So, and we saw that with the Loki. There's less supply, so the price of Loki goes up. So if you can make any of these, I would go try to make those and or go gather them. Okay, so we do our Friday fleets. You got a lot of loyalty points. Maybe go turn those loyalty points into mid-grade Virtue Epsilons and see if you can make some more money that way. So
with a massive drat ball happening in
you're correct,
which is great to see, but also very spiky. So I think dread modules are some of the items that have been the most spiky and most lucrative for traders. So if you're looking to get into something, maybe look at what are those huge dread fights? What are those kill mails saying? Are people flying? What are the most used modules? And you can find something in your price category to invest in and speculate on this, because
Oz is right. Okay, so what do you do if you can't make dread modules? Well, what you can do is look up what makes these. Okay, so this is a really good point. Like if you're a newer to mid-grade player, or mid-tier player, whatever, mid-grade, that's funny. How do you get in on the market for dread mods if you can't make any of these mods? Well, what makes up this that you can make? So tungsten carbide armor plates, you could make these. How are the price on these doing? Are they up? They're going down. So maybe you want to figure out how to buy these as they're going down, because when they go back up, you can place these in. So you don't need what happens if you don't have a lot of ISK to do? Well, let's go down the chain. Tungsten carbide. Let's see how these are doing. Let's see how these are doing. Prices are up there. Maybe you can't make that one, but you can make one of these because this is going to be an easier one to make. We can see it's a reaction formula. It just needs some rolled tungsten alloy and some sulfuric acid and some fuel blocks. It's like, and reactions get deep. We'll have a video on reactions at some point because it's very deep. It's basically one of the maxed stuff you can do inside of industry. So maybe you don't want to do tungsten carbide. Maybe you want to go like a step down. You just want to make rolled tungsten alloy. Let's go check out what makes those up. How are these? How is the market for this? That's going down recently. Okay, so it's kind of like it's a bit finicky. Maybe you don't want to do this one, but you want to do the other one. This is kind of what you can do. Is the market is up to the market and how lucrative it is up to how much research you do and what you're able to make. So if you see that like dread steel plates, dreadnought ship modules are up, and maybe you can't make those yet, go into like the little, what can you make? Is one of the prices of those chain up? Maybe focus on making those instead. Maybe work towards that. Because if you're a newer indie person, you're not going to be like,
my goal is to make dreadnought plates.
Like maybe it is, but that's pretty lofty. That's going to take you a long time to get to. Maybe go down the chain. What can you make first? Once you get that under control, then go up. Then go up and keep going. That's what I would do.
80% of the module being bought out in JITA, the price spiking 30, 40, 50%. Right. Those are all massive changes that you can take advantage of as a trader. interesting here also, 70% of the Lokis bought out compared to last week. And Jita is also very big.
Yep.
Finishing up with the most underpriced category, and that is dominated by moon materials, right?
Yep.
If you're looking at what is trading lower than compared to 52-week average, this, silicates, 50% titanium, 55% of yearly average, hydrocarbons 60% of yearly average. So R4 and R8 moon materials are all underpriced. In theory, obviously in praxis, we have to look at the new reality, and the new reality is Metanox moon drilling. And if you have it implemented the way it is right now, then these aren't going to recover.
I don't think so.
Anytime.
Yeah, don't buy these thinking they're going to go up. Probably not. They're probably not. They might go down more. They're probably going down more, just because of the way we're seeing things. So just because you see like, oh, it's down, I'm going to buy it. You have to understand the landscape of EVE if you want this to work, if you want to make money doing this and save money doing this. That's why we do these videos, because hopefully we can provide some value to the people that don't pay as close attention to stuff as, say, Oz or his friends do. So
and soon, and until we see nerfs again, because we saw, since the introduction, we already saw CCP nerfing Metanox moon drills several times, and still, it's being accepted basically completely in nullsec,
yes,
and other parts of space, and so we're just seeing a flood of cheap R4, R8 moon materials entering the market, and R16 to be fair.
Yep.
Okay. Then
Oz?
Let me finish. Dr. Anders here in chat says the massive dread bomb probably probably caused the amulet buyout, which is a very good point as well.
That's true.
So this is the market impact that some of these big dread bombs have, which is fantastic for everyone involved. People are having fun, people destroying ships, industrials building ships, and traders speculating on the outcome. Couldn't be better. Having said that, if you're watching this on VOD or on the podcast, we interviewed CCP Swift and some of the CSM members about the upcoming CSM summit in the first hour of the stream. So make sure you go check that out on the podcast stream and on YouTube. And we'll catch up with you guys again next week on the podcast and on YouTube for the Oz Report. We're going to return to the regular stream. Bye-bye.
That's great. Chat, definitely go give Oz a like. Go give him a sub. Okay. Go give him the goodies, right? We got some good stuff, as always, on the Oz Report. I love seeing his market breakdown. We always like to lean on those that do the work in EVE and show us how to play the same game we all love for more efficient time. So, chat, if you want more stuff like this, if you want the most EVE news, that's this playlist right here. And if you want to sub for the best EVE guides, that's right here. We'll see you in the next video. Don't forget to like Oz's video, too. Thanks very much. I did it again, chat. I'm going to make sure I have to get a new scene change so I don't blow out my own eardrums like I just did. Because I just did. Boom, just destroyed everything. Really interesting to see. We always like to do those. Chat, getting a handle on the market literally makes your EVE Online playthrough like not just doable, but like more entertaining and fun. Okay. Let me you guys get some behind the scenes. All right. Here's, I have a folder that some of you have seen that has ships that I plan on making videos for and doing giveaways for. This is an 80 billion ISK folder. Okay. None of these were bought through sell orders. They were all bought through buy orders. And I fly some of these ships. I keep spare hulls for my alts, etc. But I'm planning on doing a big deluge push on my alts. So here's 3.5 billion ISK in deluges, right, that I bought through buy orders. Okay. Last stream we gave away a cenotaph. I want 2 cenotaphs for some activities I have coming up. Okay. This is, I bought another one. Because through buy order, not through sell order. I'm saving myself money. If I just buy a cenotaph right now, it'll cost me 1.6 billion ISK. But if I do a buy order, it's 1.5 billion ISK. So I save myself 100 million ISK. Okay. Every time I do that, that's one of the ways I'm able to afford a lot of these things and able to afford a lot of the stuff. Yes, it's my PI money, but also it's from just me focusing on a longer term thing with EVE. I don't just buy whatever I need in the moment. I try to invest. So if I'm like, look, I know that I'm making a big push to I know that I'm making a big push for my all uses and do bigger PI sub for that video. Sub on YouTube, thank you. I'm going to go put buy orders in for those deluges, not just sell orders. That way I can save some money. All right, I'm turning the music on now. Careful. Turn the music on. Y'all, we're going to take a quick break. And then we're actually going to take the stabber out. We had a longer reacts today. Thank you for sticking around with me. Thank you. We're going to do a giveaway when we return for hundreds of millions of ISK exclusive stuff in just a moment. So if you're going to bounce, make sure that you follow the channel. We're not ending stream. We're just going to take a quick break. I'm going to be right back in about 5 minutes. We practice wellness here, okay? We're going to go stretch the legs, go right back. Giveaway when we return. You don't want to miss it. You're going to get all the goodies. We'll see you in just a moment. We'll be right back with more EVE online goodies. We'll be right back, y'all.